It is time. It just seems too quiet. Maybe it's just the beginning. Okay. All right. There is... Hey, Yulia. So I remember from, I guess like 2 days ago now, I was testing out how a certain signal thing was going to work. And I can say that this will not work. Task text is wrong. So if I want something like this, I kind of have to... I kind of have to write a class. All right, let me start over. To connect to signals, they need an object. Because the way that a signal works is it is very exactly an object with a method name. That's how it works. So I have to have an object, I have to have a method name. The condition is extending. I don't get paid this in 15 days. Unionization protest. Oh. Good and bad, I guess, right? Well, actually, that's probably just bad. That's probably only bad. Anyway, I was trying to test out how I could make something like this, and I have determined that this kind of setup does work. Though, it's quite odd. I have a button set up, I click any test, I get yes, and I get this number, right? If I get rid of the name, okay, I still get the number. If I get rid of everything, I still get the number. Okay, interesting. So I don't have to do that at all. Huh. Alright. So yeah, basically what it is here is I create an object that's just an object. This doesn't even have... this doesn't even have references on it, which it might make it a memory leak, actually, for not doing this. Okay, yeah, I think this actually is kind of a memory leak, what I've written here, just creating a plain object like that. Wait a second, do I just have anything that extends object? I think that's technically a memory leak if I have any of that. Well, okay. This is bad because it will just end with no money, yeah. Yeah, it is just bad if you're not getting paid and not able to work. How's your day? It's okay so far. I just want to verify that I can get any number I want. It's not like a glitch. Yeah, okay. So I suppose I should really do like ref counted, which I can just make one of these. That's probably way better to write. Right, so I can just add the signal. I don't have to define anything about it, but I have to have it tied to an object. Probably object needs to be ref counted, and then I may not have to worry about freeing, but this is kind of... It's kind of out there, I think. there may just be a simpler solution to this. Because I kind of don't want to just go and make something that's like this. I kind of don't want to. I guess the thing that sucks the most about it is that I have to make a signal. I have to return a signal. How did this work? Hang on. Let me go back. Oh yeah, I create a signal that binds to the object. I don't know if it technically creates a reference to the object. Oh, it definitely does, because it stores the object. I don't want to think about any of that. I don't want to think about it. I just want this to be... I want to have an await right here. Alright, I think I have to. I'm going to do it. Just going to make an add-on. I would really like it to just be as simple as having a function, like a static function that I call. And that's what it does. This can work. So signal function, here's all the code that I've written out. I guess I had the test going. Let's make it a ref counted. And I would actually do signal from this object any. Doesn't like need to have a particular name convention. It just needs to be a signal that I can emit. I could also just make these one-shots and then not have to worry about it. They will disconnect themselves. This one is just whatever falls first will disconnect everything else and then emit with the index that called first. Okay. So now I see what happens. And it made 2 of them and then failed. Oh, well, that was fine. Right, I think I just have like a creation thing that's kind of dumb. Parameter object is null. Okay, I think I understand. So I think what I have to do is say I keep ref counted. Oh, it's kind of a problem. Maybe I should just say variant. Because I can await something that's not necessarily a signal. But I guess in order to do an await, I either have to return a signal or I have to have an await in the function. Because it seems like what happens is that signal actually does take a weak reference. Somehow. Because I saw that it says it's null at the end. Alright, let me just try to test with 1. Parameter object is null, callable 544. I definitely wrote 544 and just didn't scroll. I'm on the wrong file. Object get object. Signal connect. Error connecting to signal. Let me test with nothing. Yeah, so it would seem like it's a reference issue. So if I just make this an object, it's still null. Is it freeing it? I guess we can make it ref counted and then deliberately add a reference. Still null. I'm gonna wait all. So I make this an object. Trying to assign a value of array to a variable of int. Value of array to a variable of int. Await any returns a signal. That signal emits with an index. Bind index. So is it actually a lie? This actually is first. Trying to assign... No, because right here it does this. Emit call deferred, -1. Name -1. Oh. Wow. Cool. Okay, so I can use object and do that, but the issue is that this is now technically like free and is not being it's not a tracked value. So if I make it ref counted, you know what I guess I can do? I can make it ref counted. I can reference it right now, and then I can do an object unreference call deferred. Because it should emit this signal, and then after it emits a signal, it then would do this. So now it's a ref counted. And if I were to do this, it would tell me a null problem again. Good. Okay. So that's how we can get around that. So down here at the end of this, I would emit the signal, and then I should just be able to say object on reference at the end. Same thing here. Okay, so if I were to give it 2 signals. Okay, interesting. Error calling from signal to callable. Method expects 2 but was called with 3. This expected 2 but was called with 3. Okay, I think I understand. It's because the way this is binding is that it's passing it directly to the function. I need it to yeah, this is why the binding stuff is just totally stupid, because you can't do that. A copy of callable with a number of arguments unbound. New callable is called the last 3 arguments supplied by the user are ignored. I bind 3, 4, unbind 1, and it would be 1. Well, that's just stupid. Yeah, if the binding allowed me to make it the first value. So I think probably what I have to do then is I have to make it like bound arguments are passed after the arguments. Yeah, I mean, this is just like batshit crazy anti-programming type stuff. Like, this could be the worst anti-pattern I've ever seen. Binding a method and the bound arguments are supplied last. It makes this impossible. Because what I have to do is I have to say, hey, bind 1, and then accept anything, which there's not even like a spread operator, so I gotta figure out a way to allow me to pass these in. Await will return a list of await will return a list of arguments. Let me go see this. Oh yeah, there's a comment here. He says he won't say anything. Tough. Also, mainly done bug fixes related to Jolt. I mean, he's like, he runs... No, I think he doesn't understand what he is. He doesn't know what he is. He's the physics guy. Okay, how do I... Uh, it's somewhere around here. It's probably like, I could probably just find it by typing in promise. Why is it hard to find this? It is here. It's definitely here. I've been looking for it. Is it an issue? Yeah, okay. I think that one, no. This is probably the one. I want to look at this to see what they do here. Okay, yeah, so they didn't solve it. They didn't solve that. They just kind of said, yeah, it's just the arguments, you know? It's just the arguments. Okay, well, tough. Oh, wait. Will return either an array of the arguments or just the one argument. So I think if I can work in a wait somewhere in here, or I could make it so that when this is called, you know, probably what it is that I can't use a binding. I was gonna say I could use a binding. I can't use a binding. Basically, I was gonna say I can make a helper function that just exists to take in the method that it wants to call, and then I guess the thing that I'm worried about is that if I have an await written in here, which maybe that could work, I could have an await in here, but then I have to call. Maybe that's it, actually. Okay. So I think this is the idea. I can just write this function. So like on result bind with an index. That index tells it what signal it's going to look for and which callable it should be for disconnection. But then it has to be that callable, and that's a disconnect. So, but I don't have to have a connect or disconnect. I could just use await. But using an await doesn't allow me to disconnect later. It will still kind of hold it and be there. Though I think that signal, like for ensure that disconnecting or deleting the object will not affect the signal calling. Emit signal has to obtain Callable. Destroy? Then where's the call though? Oh, there's call. Call P. Arguments. Variance return. They don't pay attention to it, they just ignore it. Call error. Args and args. Arg S and arg C. What does this code do? I don't know what this code does. It's kind of unexplained. Disconnect the signal, deleting the object will not affect the signal calling. I guess this is just making a copy of it. Is that what this is? It makes a copy of it. So that I can iterate through the list. Probably. Emit signal arg s arg count. I just passed them straight through. But there's something interesting here. Connect append source object. Source is being appended regardless of unbinds, implemented by inserting before the first to be unbinded argument. I think bindings just suck anyway. The fact that they're backwards like that just kind of makes this really difficult to figure out. It doesn't kind of make it really difficult. It makes it stupidly difficult to figure out. I mean, I suppose what I can do, hang on, if I can just take a generic spread operator, it actually doesn't matter then, does it? It actually doesn't matter if I just have a generic spread operator. It's so hard to find this GDScript. Are we looking for the reference? It's not a spread operator, but it's like the way that functions work is that they do just take an arbitrary variadic funny that I wrote that and then it said, oh, you don't have that. And then I type in variadic. It's like, oh, you have that. Yeah, like that's what I have to write. So it's closed. This. So I do write that. Okay. Yeah, so it should be the last element. And then everything else is going to be the signal result. Step down. Deep. Whoa. I guess I can actually just do this. Sweet. Okay. Well, that does it then. Though, it would be nice if it was a single result. So it would just provide that exact thing. And then otherwise it does have to provide the whole slice thing. Boolean int with delay 0.377, signal 0 completed first, true 73. Nothing with a shorter delay, signal 1 completed first with nothing. string array completed first. Okay, if I get 2 of them, then it complains and only the first one works. I think it's fine. It just means my test kind of sucks. I can't like create a signal like this. I can kind of change it. I can make this just be a function. And the function can do emit call. Doesn't match the previous indentation level. Yeah, we're just psychos. That one probably works. So I could do like 5. Maybe 5 of those. Okay, it still didn't like that. Signal many things is already connected to callable. No, it's not. How did that happen? I don't know, but the first one that should have gone was many things 14 with the things. Can I make this not do that? I think it's the fact that I have that I'm returning a signal like this. Okay, here's what I do. I just create a new object. I make it ref counted, and I make it so that this will emit the signal and then unreference the object. What if I can make this like a helper function to do this? Nothing is destructuring, so I can't even use that anyway. Cool. I guess I can make the name too, right? Yeah, let me do that. So then I can just connect it directly to signal, because it's a new thing every time. Or actually I connect it to emit. Then I return the signal. No, this still has to be a function. Because it will have to emit call and then reference. Cool. Many things 20. Right, I need to make sure that's invoke ID is being reset at the start. But hey, that works now. 3 completed. The shortest delay. 0 should have completed many things. Nice. Yeah, so all test should end up being the exact same thing. Just being await all. I don't think this returns await all. I just give the signal list. Await all returns a signal that provides a result array. Okay, it didn't like that. Trying to assign value of nil to a variable of type array. Lambda capture index 3 was freed. Was freed. Also, I only got 3 that printed. Oh, and then I was dumb and didn't return the result. All 5 signals completed, all nulls. Waitlist, resize to count. Just print waitlist. Oh. All 5 signals completed and then nulls. Okay. That's funny. So it's integer, boolean int, nothing, and then 2 integers. Integer string boolean int, string, boolean int. Okay. That's pretty cool. Here's what we'll do for test. I will have a timer, and then I'll run on physics process, so I can make sure that I'm doing things normally. I can't really await like that, can I? Yeah, I'll just wait like a half second every time. Actually, no, I'll just wait like 2 seconds. My brain's running an experiment. I will have this will do a random choice. I can just await any test. So do zero to 5. Okay. I guess I'd kind of do this like that, don't I? Alright, so if I were to just hit run, I would see wait, let me do like a breakpoint up here and then a breakpoint down here. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Because the reason I'm doing this test is because I need to see this. So I need to see that things are freed. Things are being freed correctly. That's just a lot of things. How would I search? I guess yeah, doing a diff probably, and then I can track the object that was created for this. I'll put a breakpoint here because this should cause everything to print, and then this will be kind of stalled, but this will run, and I'll be able to see that diff when I hit continue. Okay, so it completed first without running a single thing. Oh, because it was blocking on that. Okay, try that again. Weird. Delete that one. Take one. Cool. And then now if I hit continue, I should hit here immediately. I did not. What? Is it because it was actually just that short of a signal? Wow. Okay, what's the odds of that happening then? Alright, cool. I hit it once, but I forgot to take a snapshot. Take a snapshot. Continue. Good. Take snapshot. Diff against that one. Ref counted. I would like to... I'm so confused. These are the differences. Which one is A and which one is B? A is the new one, B is the old one. So it's something that exists in A that didn't exist in B. And these are all super unhelpful. Because I just don't know. Can I give these like a custom name? I can put metadata on it. Okay. Maybe I can track it with that. So A is the new one, B is the old one. I kind of can't believe it just running like a few things has made that many, has doubled the number of objects almost. Okay, so there it is, I found it. That's the one object that I'm tracking. So this await any object has to go away after we hit there. So I should be able to hit continue. And then I end up here. And now I take another one. And now that one should be gone. So I'll diff this one against 53. So I see it here, and then I should not see it up here. Okay, I do see it up here. I guess because it's a call deferred. So I'm gonna wait until I hit there and just see if it's gone. It should be gone. Okay, there we go. 2 seconds went by. It should be gone. It's still there. Okay, how about instead of that, I'm really confused now because I've made it a reference and then I unref it. I have an await any and I unreference it. I mean, maybe it just needs to run maybe it just needs to run longer. But then I don't really know how to listen for that. Is there an object? Is there a signal that happens when it's about to be deleted? Do I have to init the reference counter? Returns the current reference counter. Returns true if the object should be freed after the decrement. Is it because I might understand what's happening here. I think technically what's happened is that I call an unreference, but because I have it in the lambda, this has actually made a reference for me. Somehow? Okay, so let's test this then. I don't even need to track any of this. I can just let it go. All right. So I have this object. I guess I could have tracked what it returned. The reference count is 2. Well, I happen to know that at this point it should be freed. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna abandon that. And I'm just gonna say is queued for deletion? Queue free was called. I'm just gonna say that. Object free. So I don't have to think about any of that. It's weird that there's no, like... I don't know. Okay. That's probably all I have to do, though. I was trying to get fancy and let it use the reference counter, but the reference counter is, like, counting up like crazy. So... I think it is probably just because I technically have, at least in this case, every time I make one of these and because I'm calling on reference, it's actually creating a reference for me and then not actually freeing it for some reason. So I'll just do this and free it myself. Yes, that still seems to work. So I will do this again. And follow it. Okay, so I should be able to find it. Oh, it's not a ref counted now. Right. Well, there it is. I found the thing. It has the meta that says it's gonna wait any object. So then if I click, I'll take that off and hit continue again. We land back here. And then it should be gone. So there it is there. And it's here. I'm guessing it's just waiting for some reason. Like the free hasn't quite happened yet. Like I just called free, but it hasn't actually freed it yet. That's my assumption. So I'll run again. Timer hits. It's been 2 seconds. So hopefully it's actually gone now. I don't see it. It would be at the bottom of the list. There's one less object here. 722. There's no 722. Awesome. Okay, so it worked. It is freeing itself properly. So I will still leave the meta there, I think, because that's just useful to see. To be sure that things are running correctly. And there aren't even that many objects being made. So what I will do is I will let it run a few times. I particularly want to see a 0 signal run. Cool, it instantly completed. There's 2 0 signals. Alright, so it's run a bunch. Leave the timer there so the next time it hits. Okay. So I shouldn't see anything. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't know what these objects are, but it would be in this list, and I don't see anything. And I ran it several times, so no memory leak. The results are coming through correctly. I don't really need to check that the timers are working, as long as the anything is happening first. Great. Okay. Did I see the any with 0? It's an empty array. I kind of want to see an any with nothing. Those come out as empty arrays, which I think is actually not preferred. I think it's because since it's actually returning with nothing. Oh, the any just doesn't even check. Okay. Oh, no. So the nothing just provides nothing at all. So that's fine, I think, because it should just return. What is this? Oh, that's the waitlist. And all with one signal. Has the one waitlist. Now I guess here's a question. Are the await lists and the callable lists how do these actually know that they're interesting? I guess they don't know. Alright, but I suppose I should probably free it. Oh, actually I think it's exactly what it is. I had a cyclical reference here. So the on result references the callable list. And because I never cleared the callable list, it had like a cyclic reference which was keeping object from being unfreed because that was causing it to reference itself twice. But I do sort of have an issue with this being that way. Because now it's hard to make sure that is unreferenced correctly. I could possibly make this a metadata value and save it to the object so it exists on the object, and I take a reference to that out here to add to it, and then in here I take that same object and I take a reference to it, and then I free the object, and then it's actually gone at that point. Okay. Let me do that. So I can be totally sure that these things are getting cleaned up how I want them to be cleaned up. It's being inferred. Okay. Weird. I'll write this up here to be sure that's doing it the right way. All right, so then here at this point, I can just say free and it's gone. Outer call list. I obtain it. I write to it, do the signals, and then here I obtain it, I disconnect, and then I free. I'm not even sure if I really have to do that. I would guess that free probably runs through calls. No, maybe not. It might actually be a problem if I do that. Yeah, because it'd be like, oh, well, it's null now. Okay. So I do have to run it this way. This I just make sure is written before I do these. The result will be... Yeah, the result also needs to be part of that. So everything will be stored on there. I pass out the array. The array should be taken by reference. And then the object frees. That doesn't, it shouldn't delete the array. I could even just call object free first if I really want to be. No, I can't because it has to emit there. So then I emit the result, I free. So what I want to do then is I want to test what happens if I pass this result out, if it takes it, if it uses it as a reference counter like that. Well, I suppose what I can do is I can just call like remove meta and it will drop it, but I still have a reference here and then I return, I pass it through. I think doing that increments the reference counter. I pass it through. That probably also increments the reference counter. I'll just stick with that. I'll just keep it simple. And then I actually don't need to worry about the call list, do I? I kind of don't think so. I think I don't need to worry about the call list. Yeah, I don't see a reason to have a call list there. Now, was any of that really necessary? I'm not sure. But I like to think it was. Right, it's because it's null, isn't it? Yeah, I didn't put it there. Silly me. Out of bounds 3 on packed byte array. What? Size 0. What? What? Why is it size 0? Why did this not work? How could that not work? Do I really need to worry about that? Do I really need to? Okay. I need to look at this specifically then, because it's just being lame. And I think what's happening is that the resize works. Yeah, but object didn't actually return it like that. I think writing this as is making the copy. So I think I have to take the as away and then it doesn't make a copy. Godot, you're so dumb. Alright, come on, give me an all. All with 0 signals, that's great. There we go, finally. So if I don't write that, I remember why copy on write is just the worst thing that they've ever done, and they should have just chill out, chill out. You're gonna see it. You're gonna see it. I got rid of the as, and this resize is gonna work on both. Weird, crazy, huh? I get rid of the as, the typecast, and that makes it not make a copy. Wild. The funny thing is array does it. Array doesn't make a copy. When I say as array, it's like, oh yeah, here it is. If I say as on packed byte array, it makes it a copy. I mean, I guess I just don't even need to write at all like that. But yeah, Godot is actually, that's why I hate their array stuff. Because if you use as, it makes it a copy. And then I'm going to fill 1, and then look, it's 2, and it's all ones. Okay, so the reason I want to do all that was so that I could track act-to-byte arrays. I want to track those through here. So let's just make it so this always returns 0. And this always returns 5. So I can get the max. Or always returns 1. So I can just get the all with a 5 right away. Why does that happen? Sometimes I do that and it makes it doesn't change the size. Okay. So take the snapshot, delete that one. I hit continue, and they have errors. Who cares? Hit continue. I take the snapshot. I diff with this guy. And I should see objects. Really? I can't just find that? Okay, but here's the object. It's all there. That's weird. I thought I would be able to find... Well, either way, the values are stored there, and I can be totally sure that I'm not taking like leaked references. Because the main thing is that the assumption is, at least with the any signal, a signal could just never emit, or I could have like an any with like 10 signals, and because of sort of the circular references I'm making, it's possible I could leak like the call list, I guess. Yeah, in this case it would be the call list that I could be leaking. So I just have an array floating in memory that's always referenced by this lambda function. Though it seems like it just doesn't... It doesn't track those for some reason, which is really strange. I guess because they're not technically objects, but that's still... But then I guess the idea is there's an object in the callable, right? Like, could these be callables? How many did I make? Oh yeah, I had 5. This is the all list. I mean, this is still like before I did anything. So I guess I've literally added 1. I don't know. Alright, but let me try this. So I will await the all test, and then I will have... I want to specifically store it like that. Literally, I don't know what you're talking about. What? Await all test. Oh. All test doesn't... For some reason I thought all test was the await. Of course it's not. Alright, but I just want to run the all test a couple times and make sure that's... That almost like crashed. It just dropped like 100 frames. Okay, clear that. I'm gonna take the prints out of here. I don't need to see them. I'm pretty confident it's working. But I will take the snapshot before I start, and then after the first result, I will take a snapshot there, and then I will let it run for a while and see what the result is at the end. Alright, so I take the snapshot, move that breakpoint, and then I wait till the first thing returns. So I have first result. It's right there. Now it should still be present in memory. So I can look at it right now. See, there it is. The result list, 68, 70, 14. All the same things. And a bool int. Okay. So now I want to specifically let this run for a little bit. Let it happen. Let it go a few times. And then see if I still have this result at the end of it. Cool, okay. So this ran a number of times. First result is still here. And I don't see any of mine. Okay. Yeah, none of mine objects are there. The question is still... memory usage is down, so it didn't increase, at least. There are fewer objects. Okay. It might be okay. So of course there's always some weird things that can happen with memory. Yeah, I don't see anything. I'll let it run a while longer. And then I did see something. There was nothing that returns an empty array, which is kind of ambiguous to either it returning... Oh no, it's actually not. Because if it returns an array, then it would be an array that contains the array. Okay, weird. Memory does climb. Is it because I take the snapshot that this happens? Is it like including itself? I don't see any object though. It seems good to me. Yes, so it was up here. I saw it ran an any with a nothing, with only nothing. Right, this is an all nothing. I don't know, I guess I just don't want to say it's a null, right? But I guess it actually is the case that this is indistinguishable from the result being an array. I'm a little worried by this callable thing. I guess it is stored in the object, so it should be getting deleted. No, it wasn't that. It was, what am I thinking? It was result. I wonder if I'm creating additional references to a result value and maintaining that in memory. But I think I shouldn't be because of this free. This free should guarantee that that call list goes away, which means this function goes away, which means any references it held go away. Yeah, so I won't even assign to it if... Well... It'll say result clear. Because what this will do is it will create an array of no elements, which is actually fine. No, this one's actually fine. The issue is down here, where I'm assigning it to an empty array. So in this case, if it's greater than 1, if it's 2, I do that. Okay. Otherwise, it will just stay as a null. See an all with nothing. It's not giving me the all with nothing. There it is. And there's the nulls. All with 5 signals, a nothing, 2 nothings, and they stayed as null. So now a non-response can be distinguished. And then there's the any with nothing, which this one returned first, so nothing is 0, and then it's just an empty array. I guess I could always make it return an array, so each one of them would be an array. So null represents it just didn't have a response, and yeah, it just means I have to wrap the values in an array. But then I guess that kind of defeats, that just adds an extra thing to do. No, it just means everything should be an array for the all. Everything should be an array for all. Yeah, it's this thing that makes it confusing. Cool. That's cool. Oh. Okay, so it seems like it's just slow to start sometimes, but it will load anyway. Wow. Okay. Continue. So now I can distinguish so nothing is an empty array. Integer is an array with one element. And if it returns an array, it's an array with the element, with the array as the element. Okay, I think that is way better. So if you do an all with a 1, you're going to get an array with the arguments passed as an array. If you get the any, then you just get the result in your array. The reason I use the result there is because that's the only way to pass out the value, because arrays are by reference, so I can pass a result which will be populated with the result. So it looks a little silly, but this is because the result is a string array, and it's just one string array. There's an any. If it returns one integer, then it's an array of one integer. I want to see an any with multiple things. Okay, I guess I didn't get one. I've gotten all several times in a row now. Okay, cool, there we go. So if I get an any, this return the many things. So I have an array with every single argument passed to that. The float, the int, the string, and the bool. And then I can distinguish if a signal returned nothing at all, because the array would be empty. And if it happens to return an array, then it's just an array with one element, and that one element is the array that I returned. Okay. And I directly provide signals to it. Or I provide a list of signals. All right. And it's not too much code. Also, the copy isn't a real copy, right? So I'm probably gonna have to like go manually duplicate it through files. Um, script name plugin. It's kind of not really a plugin though. But sure. Is ref count a default? Really? Why do I have that copied? Yeah, okay, well I thought so. Technically, I should make it an auto load. But I kind of like it being static. And I guess... Yeah, I guess I just shouldn't do that. Okay. Yeah, so I need to see how this works again. The benefit to an autoload is a user can choose whatever name they want for it. Just make it easier. Add autoload. Well, if it's gonna be like that, then does it even matter? Yeah, so I can change the name of it. So then how does that work? Guide GD. Do I just not do anything? Yeah, I just don't even do anything. Add auto load. Remove auto load. I'm not sure. I'm actually just not sure. Okay. It would be cool to add top level names. Top level function names. How could I do that? Doesn't really work. I would have to make it like, yeah, doesn't really work. because I actually have it named in there. And for it to be an auto load, it has to extend node. And then I would make these no longer static. And it appears. You know, I kind of honestly would like it to be... No, because... Yeah, let me make these called any. I'm just trying to think of like how it looks. Like I would have to write await signalfunc.any or something like that. I don't want to repeat await because then it looks like maybe that is enough. I could say that... No, that won't work either. I was going to say I could make it so that it's like each one of these is their own object. So you would do like await any dot new, and then you would pass your parameters. But that wouldn't make sense because the constructor would return the object and it would have to extend signal, which means the signal has to be built with some sort of internal object. Maybe that actually works. Maybe that actually does work. But it can't be an auto load. And I would be stealing the name any and all, so I don't really like that either. And I would better change the name. I don't know, it's a weird name. I could just make it be signals with an S. So that kind of feels bad. It does kind of feel bad. Yeah, I don't know. It's probably okay. Anyway, now I can write my couple lines of code that I wanted to do the whole time. So I can do... I know which one will emit. So I can say... Wow, yeah, because there's like a node and all this stuff. It's like kind of a bunch. Confirmed, so the first one should be dialogue canceled. Second one will be dialogue confirmed. Bluetooth equals for any. So just give it a... Oh, yeah. I guess if I don't care about results, then this should have a default value. And then it's probably going to be like, oh, I can't do bool to that. So just write that. One liner. Does guide look like that too? Why does guide not look like that? Maybe if I do reload. No description available. No description available. No description available. That has to change too. Okay, now that looks normal. Okay, so I have to say this because unable to remove found nodes created, not created by the chain. Okay. So I have to click rebuild with a node in here that it has not made. So I can put it anywhere. I'll put it as a child of the collision shape, I guess. I'll just make it any old node. Okay, so I've got a node here. Can't really see it because it's blocked. If I do this, you can see it. So I hit save, and then I would hit rebuild, and it should say this, and I'm going to say yes, and then it's going to crash. I attempted to call in a placeholder. Make sure it is in... Are we... It would have to be a tool. Alright, well, yeah, try again. Well, it got there. It tried to call it. So I say yes. Then I call on a placeholder. So then I have to say reload project again. I probably could have disabled and re-enabled it. Alright, rebuild, yes. Nothing happened. Because I didn't open the pop-up, did I? I bet I forgot to open the pop-up. That is true. Oh, man. Okay, so it's like sitting there waiting for this to happen, which is kind of spooky. Public dialog, centered dialog. Canceling suspended execution. Okay, good. Thanks. Rebuild. Okay. This one, please. Add this one, please. Why? Good gracious. Well, it worked because I clicked cancel and then nothing happened. And then I hit save and then it didn't do anything. And I'll see suspending again. If I click OK, or if I click OK, now it did it. It rebuilt it, and the node is gone. Awesome. One line of code. Or one line of code. But this is pretty good. I really do like this. I'm surprised that's just not a thing in there by default. Okay. It's going. So I guess now the test is not really. I need to make it now. Everything is pretty much in. There may have been something with part that I remember saying that I'm not done with yet. Okay, yeah, motors are still not done, but that's okay. I don't really need to worry about that. I need to make prepare. There's nothing to do for prepare anymore. The beam joints connect themselves. When they load. So yeah, for now I'll just do that to fix the warnings. Yes. And now in setup, I need to create these targets. In total mode front, I add them, but I need to, they all need to be positioned. I think target just needs to be put at the end bone, which I think I don't know if I really want the ground bone to be different from the end bone. Let me think about that. I think I've been saying I'll leave it just in case somehow I want it. And knowing my track record, I frequently will delete something and then later on say, you know what? I wanted to have that. So I'm going to leave it. All right, so the first thing I will do, I have this target bone index, which is what I do what with that? I use that to assign, to place the target there prior to the next move. So I guess since I actually have that, I can just position it at that spot. So I'll just do that. I'll start with target being up here. So I spawn the target. And then I'd say target how do I position it? I set it through global position, so I will say global position be equal to body skeleton global transform multiplied by bone global pose target bone ID origin. I add it, I teleport it to the right place, so now it's in the right place. Shapecast. Shapecast has an interesting thing happening. I believe update shapecast state transform basis. Shapecast transform is step transform multiplied by shapecast transform. This is a weird way to do it, but okay. Yeah, so as long as I just have it somewhere, it's going to put it in the right place. Well, it takes where it is and it rotates it. No, because I change it here. I get the old transform. I save where it is. I create a new thing by doing some math. And then I spin it with the step transform, which is like a rotation forward and backwards and translation. I update the shapecast and then I teleport it back to where it was. I draw it and then I teleport it back to where it was. So it will maintain its position originally and it will move and turn from that location. Okay. So it's going to be the same thing. I just have to place it at that target bone and then I have to translate it according to the settings that I have set up. So it'd be the setting, the step cast, the start, the end. So I have to create this shape cast. I disable it. I set the shape to be the setting. Do I have a part around here that's like just... Alright, this is a special circumstance where setting modified. Alright, here it is. So yeah. If I change it, I just do this. So I just make sure that I get back to that. So many things. Step cast shape. Shape cast target position relative to this node's node 3D position. So essentially what I want to do is I just want to it needs to be the length of start minus end in the Y direction. I don't want it to be going down, so I want to do end minus start. Oh, and then I do call setting modified, so actually, yeah, all of this kind of has to drop out from that. This is the one case where it's not a setting. Okay. So yeah. Alright, I think I still have to place it. Shapecast. Yeah, let me just calculate it here. I have a bunch of stuff copied, so let me do that. Do this. Oh, I may have issues with the transform because I'm orienting the leg to face the direction, so I actually shouldn't do that, should I? Because of the translational difference. I can figure it out. So what I need to do here is the ground cast needs to go onto that node. Ground and node bone. Body skeleton get bone parent. Groundcast position, target position. Why is it parent here? You know, it's probably just like I'd just delete that. But I still need to have a... This needs to be an issue if that happens. This probably just goes up here. These are set one time, these aren't dependent on a setting. And then there I set the shape, the target position, and then I need to set the... Yeah, its position is fine. Well, actually... No. This does have to change. I'm looking for global rest. Too many things open. Shapecast global position will be this times that. Place it there. And then and then I move it up by that distance. And then I just have the collision mask. Step cast collision mask. Shape. Start and end. That should be all for the step cast. The ground cast. I obtained this. Its position is the same as the bone direction. I'm actually going to do get bone. Get bone rest of that bone, and then origin. It's definitely better. Ground cast position. Yes, this one's kind of wrong because it's not actually bound to it. This is making an assumption that it's bound to it. So ground cast position needs to be updated constantly. No, don't do that. Update grounded. Okay, so update grounded should technically be running after those updates happen because this is running from, yeah. So update grounded needs to teleport the ground cast to the right location. Yeah, so target position can still be set like this. I just have to make sure that it's well, yeah. This one seems like it's not really a thing. So some of this, yeah, I think pretty much all this kind of just drops out from there. Give me that note. So this thing changed there, but this is going to be recalculated every time before I run it. The step cast is going to be positioned correctly, but the ground cast has to be set right way. Yes, there's going to be kind of target position, get bone rest. That's the direction we travel in. But then this needs to be made relative to I need to transform it by the skeleton. I guess it's not get bone rest, it will just be get bone pose. So I get the global pose, so I know where I'm putting it, and the direction is going to be this vector. So in the start position would be bone direction times setting ground hit start plus this shape size. And then I said its global position would be this minus that. And then its target will be start plus... That's a bit weird. Start position? That seems weird. Yeah, this seems like it's kind of going backwards. Because if I say that start position is... Well, I guess not. Start position is pointing that way. So I say start here, go backwards by start. And then target is that start plus a little bit, plus the extra. Okay, that seems right to me. Okay, so those should both be in position. Then this just has to be drawn. Where does it draw? It draws the ground cast here. No. That's definitely not right. Definitely not correct. It should be like when I do this. Draw ground cast. Which should just get a color and an origin. And then I draw it based on its location. Yeah. So is that it then? I have it creating the ground cast, the step cast, and the target. And I should only be moving target by global position, right? Okay, orient the Y like that. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna turn off the orientation when I build these. I'm not gonna have them rotate that way. I think that's probably just silly. It definitely is silly because I'm seeing how many issues it can be causing. Yeah, I'm just... Yeah, don't do that. Just don't do that. Crawler. Rebuild. Okay, and then I don't update that, apparently. Alright, cool. Yeah, that should be fine. I guess I will find out. So now my idea is that I basically just kind of I don't know. Front leg pair. I don't know how I really want to organize these. I don't think I mind just having them all sitting out at the top. Not really at the top, but just up here. Yeah, so I'll just move them all up here. And these will get deleted. And then I just have the legs sitting there. Alright, and I still don't have IK being set up. But I think this is pretty good. The dog has been looking at me for a while. I'm gonna have to take him out. Okay, so I worked on these. I have... I'm okay with that extra line, actually. Where am I? Maybe I am. Am I okay with this extra line? No, I'm not. All right. Cool. Seven, 8 lines of code. Or I guess more like 80 for the whole thing. Very cool. Signals add-on. Like shape casts. Roller leg creates and positions the ground and step cast. As well as updating values when settings change. And then that's it, really. Cool. Okay. I will be back. I'm back. Hey, Denelin. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to make the rest of these... Delete that. I will make the rest of the node resources. And... Actually, these are saved. So this is going to be the middle... I don't know what the names of these are. Front right leg chain. Front left leg chain. I feel like that's just kind of a lot. Just the front left chain. The front right chain. Middle left chain. We speed ran the Scots. Huh. Middle left. Chain. Middle left femur. Middle left tarsus leaf. And then the parts will just be the same 3 parts every time. The femur, tibia, and then that's done. For the middle right. I guess I can just quick load this one. I say make unique. And then I say save as. Middle right chain. Or check this one didn't get taken over. Cool. And then that one's done. Because they all have the exact same specification there. So I guess I just keep going. Back left. This is speed. And then if I hit rebuild, everything appears. And then if I wanted to do something like I don't know, I want the collider for the tarsus to be larger. Physics. In fact, let's just say I want a totally different shape now. I want a sphere. They all turn into spheres. Great. But I keep it like that. That's the femur shape. Tarsus shape. And then, yeah, I think I actually do want them to be larger, though. Let's go to 8. Cool. After yesterday's episode... What? And then the real test would be that I change the bone or I do something like that. And then it would just continue to work. I guess I would make them all breakable. They would use signals and they would have... If my idea... Hang on, the signal... Listeners must call the break method on the part if they wish to break the part during the signal. Okay. I don't really have to do it this way, but I'm just going to do it this way. Just to kind of make these like actually difficult to break. IK settings, are they all the IK settings set? Technically I have to enable IK on these. And then those all look good. Rest correction rate, I'm not even sure. And then yeah, these all have the custom joints. Just do nothing for those. Okay. Parameter common parent is null. I feel like I'm being screwed with again because every single place that I do that, I'm checking it. I swear I am checking literally every location that I do that. That I cannot possibly be doing this. Okay. If 2 is not inside tree, if root node is not inside tree. Wait, do I not check that root node is not inside tree? I'm starting to hate friend slop games. Good. You should. Why are there 9 of these? Whatever. Alright. Okay. So now that I set all that up, I should just be able to quick load them. So I will go to this one. I'm going to ignore the fact that a bunch of errors just printed. I am going to now delete every one of these. And then I'm going to delete all of these. And then should be all I gotta do. Now there is still like the init IK thing. Ah, yeah, that is actually what I really need. So rebuild, not yet. I click here, leg targets, I would like to change type to just be a node. So it's purely by organization. And then I quick load, this is the front left. I would like to rename that as well. Cool. And I'm going to change the default on the debug so I can make sure that I'm seeing things appear in the right place too. Front. Right. I renamed the wrong thing. What? This one just also has that. Front left leg chain. I'm so confused. Why do you think that exists? It doesn't exist. This is very strange. Whatever. Middle left. Middle right. Middle right's not real. Oh, wow. Hey, look, I found it. Yeah, there's something weird going on with that. It, like, glitched and it... Yeah, it's like this is supposed to be the middle right, but it's just totally glitched out and it's not updating it correctly. Godot is so awesome. Bam. And there's everything. Who is Jason and why AI loves him so much? Okay, but this I need to actually implement this in an IK method. So I give the thing and I give the setting index. So what's supposed to happen is it will go through every single part in its chain and apply that setting to the leg IK. And it's also supposed... It should also be connecting to IK. So if I change a setting... AI loves 3JS more. Did the Unreal Gods promise us to meet? Jason, next time explain more about Lumen Light. It was the app. They said to open the app and look at the app and for more explanation. I was like, oh, I wonder if they just have it on the website. And I went to the website and there's literally like a one-sentence thing. It said Lumen Light allows it to work for devices like mobile and Switch 2. I'm like, yeah. Thanks. Literally like a one-sentence explanation. Although, unfortunately, it sounds like it's not really an optimization. it sounds like it's just a setting. It just means that Lumen can work on medium global illumination settings, which I guess just means they turn some stuff off or turn some values down, change some parameters, and that's it. It's not like, I don't know, calling it Lumen Light makes it sound like it's a different thing, like they've slimmed it down. But if it's like an option that enables, then it sounds more like it's just a set of parameters. So it's still the exact same Lumen, they just do less stuff, where they have just parameters changed. How can I do this? I need it to be that if I change the option here, so if I were to go into this part list in the IK, and I change an IK setting, that needs to feed directly into the IK this has been initialized with, I think. So here's what I say. I disallow calling this more than once. So I'll just say let's just name returned. Alright, Godot just die. That was too much for it. Yep, it just died on its own. Oh man. Godot is just Godot is something, man. It's software. It's slowly becoming some software. You see the announcement of Vercel, their new programming language that's replacing blueprints. Lobotomized close to English syntax. I want to see that. Can you send me something right now to look at? It didn't save it. What the hell? I mean, I only wrote like a couple lines, but come on. Jeez. Too hard. Normally, actually, that's the first time that I've seen it not save like that. Like, I'll hit save and it will save, but then it crashes. It's actually crashed before it saved. I was going to say to do a stack trace, but I think I probably shouldn't do that because that could be really, really slow. Spam. Alright, we got the save. So parts, specifically what I would do is I would listen to every resource. So I obtain the resource part list. I don't think I do any connects, right? I guess let me just see if I do any connect. There's not even a single connect anywhere near. Okay. So I need to connect to a method. Whoops. Deleted too many lines. This function's just half of it is error handling. Wow. I mean, I wonder if what I really need to have is like, since it's a plugin, I should probably look into how I can make is it like this? Translates a message. TR. Message string name. My thought was like add a translation. A translation, add a message, X-lated message. Translated message. Okay, I won't worry about it. That seems like kind of a lot of work. But I guess the idea is that physical skeleton would have probably just a XML table or something like that. XML table, I don't know what that means. With all these error messages. And then I would do like TR, and I would provide the name of the string. Is the idea. At least that's what I think. I'd have to figure it out. But that would like probably take off like 100 lines of code from this file. This 400 line file would probably be, maybe not 200, would probably be like 300 lines or 350. No, probably like 300 without all the messages in it. Because this is basically, yeah, it's basically doing one line into 1, 2, 3, 4 lines at minimum. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines at minimum. And this one is mostly errors. Okay, so I say we're initialized, and I want a function here that is like on part IK updated or IK changed. And the intention is I just listen to the part change, the part resource change. And when it changes, I would just assume it's like an IK change. I would just go through and I would reapply anything to the IK. So I would have to bind it so that the first thing I get is the name of the thing that changed. So be setting name should be string name. a setting changed and then it's a string name. And then the bindings are given last. So then this would be the iterate IK method, or the iterate IK that we're modifying, and then the setting index that we're modifying. So I probably just do like for part in part resource setting changed connect on part IK changed bind iterate IK setting index. That's all I have to do. Now the part list should be available here, and init IK has to be called manually, which happens after the build chain. So it should, everything should exist in the scene tree after calling build chain. And yeah. Though this is interesting because when I do rebuild a crawler, I probably have to say like yeah, leg IK setting count 0 just to clear it. And that becomes 0. Oh, geez. Looking at this verse thing, seems like it's pretty old. 2023 survived the metaverse. What is that? It's called... What? Wait, they're actually making a programming language. What is this? Wait, what? Hang on, how are they doing that? What? I've never seen that syntax before. Is that MD or is this just a custom GitHub thing? That color. Is that math formatting? Actually, wait, maybe that's math formatting. Because it's changing the font too. I think that's why it looks like that. This is math formatting. 404. Okay. So they're making JavaScript. Verse runs on a single thread and calls C++ code via a custom LLM compiler that automatically transactionalizes. Just use JavaScript. What are you doing? You don't need a... God. They were inspired by Godot, weren't they? Like, hey, Godot just has a custom programming language. Why don't we do that? Can I see Verse, though? I would like to see it. Unreal Engine Verse. Bright side, at least it's not a JavaScript framework. It could be. I think people sleep on JavaScript. I want to see what it looks like. I've used it. Oh, is this it? What is this? Unreal Verse Guru? Is this real? What is this? This is years ago. GDC 2023.
Hey everyone, we're back to talk about Verse, the new programming language that we've been designing for the metaverse.
I think they got a real programmer here. Hang on.
So, Verse is about solving the larger problem in the metaverse. Verse is launching an Unreal editor for Fortnite, but we have much longer term and bigger plans for it.
He really don't want to be here, though. That's Tim Sweeney. Wait. Huh? He so doesn't want to be here. He's super nervous.
Supporting development of many...
Okay, let me get up to speed here. I'm looking for... It's funny. A consulting business. It never took off and he shelved the company. Okay. Had the idea of creating games that could be sold. Crazy. Crazy concept. At night or over weekends outside college work, first going to create a text editor. What? Really? What do you mean he had to make a text editor? ZZT. Sydney? No, I'm not. Wait, what? Hang on. I'm confused. Making a game out of the text editor itself. Okay. That's cool. JetBrains. Okay. A few copies each day. Came out to 100 USD per day. Yeah, I mean that's pretty crazy. 1990. A few $100s a day. Effectively, like after you make it, it's basically passive income. Epic Mega Games. Epic Mega Games. Jill of the Jungle. That's crazy. Okay. Like go from id Software. Unreal, yeah. I kind of knew this connection. That Unreal and like what was it called? What's the other game? It's like it was called Quake, I think, right? Quake? Yeah. Unreal, I do remember the connection between Unreal and Quake. Or that there was some connection there. Cool, okay.
Kinds of games and other
I just had to get caught up and know who this guy was.
Supporting a full development cycle of tools.
I understand wanting to make a programming language, but please, like...
And content creation.
No!
I'd like to say a little bit about what we see this as
Don't.
ultimately. Because the metaverse is more than Unreal Engine is today, and it's more than Unreal Editor for Fortnite is today. But it's about social interaction in a shared real-time 3D simulation, right?
Oh, this was in Metaverse too.
Is about the experiences people are playing today in Fortnite and Roblox and a whole lot more.
Everything is Quake.
What this becomes as it evolves into a medium for billions of people. You know, and we're talking about the metaverse as a long-term open economy. And so when we talk about what we're shipping with first today, we're really shipping one thing, but we're designing.
So Metaverse is only like 3 years ago? I feel like it was more than that, like 2019, 2020.
And the metaverse, importantly, is not just another app platform, right? When you release an app, You use a bunch of libraries, but you compile one piece of code, you ship it, and it doesn't change again until you release a new version. Whereas the metaverse, we think, will be the combination of millions of objects written by millions of different developers, a lot of code, a lot of
Camera shake
content,
effect.
of millions of objects written by millions of different developers, a lot of code, a lot of content. It's constantly
Literally
being
every
updated.
engine aside from
You know, like
CryEngine. Let me look up
vehicles
the
from one
family tree again.
developer together with
Yeah, everything
characters
came
from another
from
developer have to work
id
together,
and
even if
Doom.
those programmers have never met each other or never
Or I guess
communicated
that would
before.
be
So we're talking about
Wolfenstein was the
a
first game
programming
they made,
world
right?
that's quite different than the ones of the past, and one which requires a very robust
Even Halo,
framework supporting these sorts of usage cases.
Bungie, when they were making before they made Halo,
And so the metaverse needs a special kind of programming foundation, right?
they had
Something,
a
first of all, that's
Doom
really
clone,
easy to learn. You don't have to be somebody's first programming language, just like JavaScript
and their Blam
is to
engine,
web
I'm sure, is
programmers
probably
today. We also want a language
heavily
that
inspired.
enables us to catch problems at development time before we've shipped content to millions of users.
Okay, well, this isn't really. Oh, first appeared 2012. Why did I just say 2009? 2006. 2015. $2021.
The costs of shipping a problem once it's already shipped are much, much, much higher than catching bugs. So we want a strongly typed language that we can count on the compiler to guide us on what the problems with the programs are before we ship them. We also want a language that's really conducive to writing lots of modules by different authors which can work together and evolve over time while maintaining backwards compatibility. So
Why didn't why didn't they use Rust?
Is a big design goal for the entire system. We're also thinking of a programming framework which can eventually scale to massive simulations. You know, Fortnite Battle Royale is 100 players together in a single shard, but in the future we might be able to get 1 billion users together in a single shard, and we want a programming model that can support that. We also want a language.
1 billion?
Spending a lot of effort programming shard. But in the future, we might be able to get 1 billion users together in a single shard, and we want a programming model that can support that.
I'm going to assume you said million.
And we've been putting a lot of effort into building a specification.
No, never mind, I see it. Scalable to billions of concurrent users in a shared world. I think by the time we get to the point where we're going to have billions of people on the same game, we're already going to have something really good for that. Okay, that was a weird way to phrase it. By the time we get to the point of having billions of people in the same game, that is the point at which we will make whatever it takes to have that, I guess. I don't know. I think there's always like a factor of like probably 100 or 1,000. Whatever you want, you build for like 100x that or 1,000 times that. So there's just no way. I don't think there's a single system on Earth that can handle billions of anything in real time. Literally not even 1 billion bytes in real time. That doesn't exist. You would need infrastructure to support that. We're going to be an IPv6 at minimum for that. There's going to be, I don't know, there could be even just be a totally different programming language by then. I don't think so. I think it's just crazy. Doesn't make any sense. Like before we get to 1 billion, how about we start with like 1,000 people in the same world? We don't even have that yet. Because then the question is, how do you even get like someone's own computer to handle that? Like, okay, you're in a shared world, one world, implying that you could theoretically see all of them at one time. We don't have billions of anything. Billions. You can barely get like 100 players, I think, concurrently. Like that's even a struggle for like end computers. We just went from hundreds to like times a million.
Is in a web browser
Times
today.
times.
So
Jeez,
first
that's
is our
crazy.
attempt at this, and we're aspiring to create strongly typed language that's very recognizable. To
Syntax is a
programmers
mix
with many
of
the mainstream popular
TypeScript,
languages today.
Pascal.
Whether
I
it's
wonder
C#
why he
or
picked
Python,
Pascal.
we want something that's not too popular.
I would like to
languages
see it
today.
though.
Whether it's C# or Python, programmers have used any of the mainstream popular languages today. Whether it's
Bring your
C#
food at this
or
point.
Python, we want something that's
Yeah, you're right. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm back. I have food. I'm going to eat. Forced React? No. I want to see this. I'm interested when a programming language is being proposed, but dude, imagine if Unreal... Actually, you know what? Never mind. I'm glad that they're going for their own language. I don't want them to mess with anything else. I pressed the button, but I don't have it focused.
Not too scary, but it is at the leading edge of compiler technology and being able to catch problems at compile time. So there are several other principles guiding this, and we're kind of learning from the mistakes of the past. We want a programming foundation that is just code, where you're not writing code in one language that constructs queries in another language and converts them to strings and sends them off to a database and then parses the result, where a whole lot of different languages are interoperating through some clumsy interfaces. We want a single language where you can just...
What are they talking about? 1 million programmers. There might not be 1 million programmers in the world. There might not be 1 million programmers in the next 10 years.
Languages are interoperating through some clumsy interfaces. We want a single language where you can just write code that gets your job done. We also want a language that can scale to transactional programming in the future. If you think about simulation, that might scale far, far beyond the capabilities of a single node in a data
Wait.
simulation, a single language where you can just...
I thought transactional was like their... That's like the feature of it. You'll be able to replay the code
write code that gets your
and see
job
exactly what happened.
done. We also want a language that can scale to transactional programming in the future.
Scale to transactional programming in the future. Why aren't you starting with that?
If you think about simulation, that might scale far, far beyond the capabilities of a single node in a data center. Transactions are the core technology that supported databases scaling up to huge data sets and to huge concurrency. And transactions, we think, will be the future programming model that enables code to scale up without becoming complex. We also are aiming to build a language that can do everything, supporting code in multiple paradigms, a language for data also, just like JavaScript has JSON for describing data, Verse has VSON, subset of language that can describe data accurately. And even things like markup. There's a markup language
JavaScript.
in Verse. It's not usable today, but it's in the specification. It will evolve in the future. And even more advanced features for the future. We've also put a lot of effort into building a language that's, to a certain extent, timeless. We have this question: what happens if we met some aliens for the first time and compared our programming languages? Well, I think we'd find that we have a lot in common, but they probably don't have 32-bit or 64-bit integers. And so we want a programming language that's free of kind of the temporary constraints of current systems. And to do this, we recognize that we're building in a very long-term evolutionary...
Sounds like they're describing JavaScript.
We're designing a language for the very long-term future, and we've codenamed that MaxVerse. And we have a massive specification written out on paper for what we want the language to eventually be. And we're working to that step by step in what we call Betaverse. This is the beta version of the language that's launching right now. It has a limited subset of those features, but we have a nice, clear path where step by step we can get closer and closer to
Or even
the
Java.
ideal, so we don't end up painting ourselves into a corner as we evolve the language, as so many others have done in the past. And
Java makes no
ourselves
guarantees
very
about the
rigorous backwards compatibility
accuracy or
now, these are going to be relaxed during the verse beta.
size of your
but
number
when we
values.
get to the open metaverse, we really need a programming
North Korea, now
foundation where your
cities,
code does
me.
not break every time a new version of your metaverse browser comes out, or that doesn't differ between different browser engines. You want something that's very stable and very reliable as a foundation for all of our long-term development plans. And so now to talk about the specifics of the language, I'd like to invite out Phil Pislow, the Director of Language Engineering at Epic. Phil?
So I'm super excited to show you verse by example. So let's just jump right in. Let's say that you want to define a value, constant value called x, and set it to the value 42. This is what it would look like. And here we've given it the type int. Although it is also possible to write this without the type. If you just say x colon equals 42, the compiler will figure it out that this is an integer. Type.
Awkward
Here
kick
we've
out.
called it.
I looked
Type.
away,
So
but I
I'm
don't know exactly what happened. He forgot the microphone.
Get at it. Phil?
He forgot the microphone.
Hey everybody. So I'm super excited to show you verse
Or his clicker.
by
He forgot the
example.
clicker.
So let's just
Not the
jump
microphone.
right in. Let's say that you want to define a value, constant value called x, and set it to the value 42. This is what it would look like.
Whoa,
And here we've
sorry.
given it the type int. Although it is also possible to write this
Go back
without the
more,
type. If you
dude.
just say x
I just
colon
wanna-
equals 42, the compiler will figure it out that this is an integer. And here we're defining a constant value. Later on, I'll show you how to define values that are mutable, like mutable variables in most other languages. Here's an example of an array. Again, here I've given the type. So the type is square bracket int, which means an array of int. And the value
Does C do that? No, I think C puts it after. Does any language put the array brackets before the type? Also, can we use monospace? Can we use monospace?
Here's 1, 2, and 3. Of course, I can also do that without specifying the type, and the compiler will just figure it out. So let's get into something a little bit more complicated. Functions. We'll just figure.
Okay, no, you went too fast here. Is that array defined to be 3 wide? Can I resize that array?
Of course, I can also do that without specifying the type, and the compiler will just figure it out. So let's get into something a little bit more complicated. Functions. Verse supports a function syntax that is very similar
Can I
to
have array with
mathematics.
different types?
So here's just a one-liner function. It'll take an x and return x plus 1. You can also put the x plus 1 on the next line.
Okay.
Verse supports syntactically significant indentation like
Okay, this is where
and
Python,
Haskell.
yep.
So if you have an indented function body below the function signature, everything that's indented stays part of the function body. And the same is true for other block scoping constructs in the language. The language does also support squiggly braces, so you could put the function in squiggly braces if you don't like syntactically significant indentation. Verse functions can be overloaded. Here's an example of a function foo that takes either an int or a logic. Doesn't even have the same return type in both cases, could be a completely different function body. If you call foo with 0, it calls the first foo and returns a string. If you call foo with true,
Logic.
it calls the second one and returns nothing. Next up, modules. Returns nothing.
I think they should really start with just the types. An example of Python. Yeah. I really wish you would just give the types, because what does logic mean? Is logic the Boolean type? Does logic mean it's an expression that returns a Boolean? So can I pass in a method or a function that returns a Boolean instead of just true?
Next up, modules. Modules are a great feature for encapsulation. The easiest way to make a module in verse is using the directory structure. Within your project, if you have verse files in a subdirectory, that subdirectory becomes a module. But you can also use modules directly in your code, and this is how you would do it. You use the module macro. Again, syntactically significant index, and this is how module.
Wait, it just went
You can
monospace.
also use modules directly in your code.
Okay. We saw it change live.
That subdirectory becomes a module. But you can also use
Someone in the back was like, Okay, this idiot just made the entire thing non-monospace. You can see the loading bar appear, and then it's monospace.
Modules directly in your code, and this is how you would do it. You use the module macro. Again, syntactically significant.
Or was that a slide change?
That the A and F
Wait, maybe that was a slide change. Did I miss that?
Code directory becomes a module.
No, yeah, it
You can also
just
use
changed it to
modules
be
directly in your code, and this is how you would do it. You use the module macro. Again, syntactically significant indentation means that the A and F members are part of that module. So here I've defined both members public, which allows code outside of the module to reference them.
They literally just went through, they literally just like live opened up the PowerPoint and changed all the font to monospace.
Structs are great for just passing around clusters of values with named properties. So here I have a struct that just has one member A of type integer. There's a couple of things going on here that I want to point out. First of all, our naming convention, which is not enforced by the compiler, is that we use capital case for values and lowercase for types. For multiple words, we use snake case for types. So maybe it would be foo underscore bar instead of just foo. And we use camel case, uppercase camel case for values. It's not enforced by the compiler, so you can do whatever you feel.
Okay, good thing it's not enforced by the compiler. Personally, I like when everything is lowercase. And the only exceptions are constants. Because otherwise, it's just, you're hitting the shift key all the time.
But this is what we recommend.
But if they really are going to go with saying your variables are going to be capital camel case, dude. I don't know. Is there some like marketer? There's like an industry language marketing guy, and you go talk to him when you want to make a language, and he tells you, all right, here's the syntax that no one's used yet. We want you to use it.
Another thing happening here is that I have given.
What is wrong with this code? Okay, well, you're making me go look at it because you sent an image. I have to look at it, but I'm not expecting. Okay, it's actually stuff. Overflow. You've reserved 16 characters. I can type just about anything. I can type in 16 characters, or I guess 17 characters, and I'm guaranteed to be an admin. Is that what you wanted? I type in 16 characters and I become an admin. 17 characters.
Given the
It's not even that hard.
member a default value of 42. So if I instantiated foo without specifying the value of A would be 42.
And as like I don't have to do anything. Literally, I type in 17 letters, I'm an admin. It doesn't matter what 17th letter I typed in, I'm an admin.
But here, as you can see on the second to last line, I'm instantiating foo with A being overridden with the value 43. So then later when I say x.a, I get 43.
Also, let me double check. Okay. I was going to say it's not initialized to 0. It is initialized to 0. So that's good.
Instead of 42.
If you did initialize it, there's just a 100% chance you're an admin.
Classes are more powerful than structs. You can have subtyping. You can have functions. Classes also have, class instances also have identity, kind of like
Okay, now I'm seeing it. This syntax is stupid. This is actually just a stupid syntax. We're assigning a type to a name, but we're treating it as if we wrote a variable. If there's some sort of like internal compiler setup that makes this easier for parsing, just use the more complicated syntax and make the parser work with it. This is just odd. It's weird. I think it's weird.
They do in Java and other object-oriented languages. Here I've just created a class that has no supertype called bar. I've given a field A with default value 42 and a function. And I've
Why do I have to define the type again? I create a bar and I set A to 43, but I see the colon there, which implies that I'm required to specify the type. Because of overloading, I can have two A's. One of the A's can be an int and one of the A's can be a string. These guys are crazy.
instantiated bar, and again, overridden.
Or whatever else it would be.
43. This is what it would look like if you did subtyping. Subtyping is the syntax for subtyping is you say class with a parenthesis.
They're crazy.
Clause. Whatever's inside of those parentheses is the supertype. So here, bar is the subtype. Foo.
I will say this. I have liked languages that allow you to have a shared name between a variable and a method. The reason you might do that is the variable and the method are very, very much connected. So, trying to think of an example of this. I mean, I guess it could just be, in a way, it's like a setter. Or the variable is a Boolean, and the function will set the Boolean to true while it's running. It could be like kind of abused, I guess, because if it's allowed in the language, then someone can make an API that's just terrible, and you are not sure when you're supposed to be using the function versus the variable itself. But if done well, you could just say, you can set the variable, and then you could call the function, and they would, or the function would just modify the variable directly.
Is the supertype. Functions are virtual member functions and classes are virtual by default in verse, and we require that you use the override specifier when you are intentionally overriding a virtual function. So here we've overridden f in bar to do something different.
And what happens if you don't write that?
And in order to placate the compiler, we've placed the override specifier.
Oh, it won't compile. Okay.
Now let's talk about mutability. So far I've shown you a bunch of features where there's immutable variables.
Var.
And that's not appropriate for all use cases. So Verse also supports mutable variables, and the mutable variable support is really awesome. Here's a really simple example. All I have to do is say var, and x is now a mutable variable. This means that I can change its value whenever I like. The way that I change its value is using the set keyword. Var and set, very simple. So here, var x starts out with the value 42, then I set it to 43.
I mean, we may as
Later,
well just
when
start
I
writing
say
assembly at that point. That's kind of
x plus 1,
just go to
x
the equal
value
sign.
It's reading there is 43, not 42. So y will have the value 44. The mutability features allow for something we call deep mutability. So here I've created a var map. So it's a mutable map that maps int to int. X starts out being the empty map.
okay.
The way that I insert elements into the map is using set. So I set x subscript 42 equals 100. That makes it so that x now has a mapping from 42 to 100. Similar syntax can be used for appending to an array. So here I've got a mutable array, starts out empty, and then I push the value 42 at the end of it. That's what pushing to the end of the
Okay,
array
plus
looks like
equals.
in verse.
Sure.
Now let's talk about another feature, which is tuples. Tuples are like a very
Cool.
lightweight way of just taking a bunch of values and passing them around together. Here I've created a tuple that has an integer, like if I spelled out the type. Parameters. That's the main way that you'll encounter them.
Tuples
so for example,
as
if I say that
parameters.
there's a function f that takes two parameters x and y, what I'm really saying in verse is that it takes one parameter, and that parameter is a tuple of type int. So if I create a tuple like 1, 2,
Okay, that's cool.
I can. They also support optional named parameters. So here, z is an optional named parameter. It's named, so what that means is that if I wanted to pass
You need the question mark and the equal sign?
I would actually have to say
Why?
z colon equals instead of just passing the value. And they're optional. If you don't pass a z, it gets its default value. In this case, the default value is 42. Now let's talk about generics. Verse has a very powerful...
Okay, he didn't... I was hoping you would show, like, hey, we know that you noticed the colon there when you made the bar struct. The reason why that colon is there is because you can have two names that are different types. Because it described you can have two functions with the same name with different parameter types.
Generic type system.
And he's showing it again.
Programmed in C++, Swift, other modern languages. They also support some variant of generics. Here is a piece of code without generics. So I've created a class called thingy, and it's got an x that's an int and a y that's a string. Let's say that we wanted to add a little bit of generics to this. Here's what it would look like. So instead of defining thingy as a value that is just a class, I've defined it as a function over type. So thingy is now a function that takes a type and returns a class. And the class that it returns is a class where the y member has the type t that you passed into thingy. So here you can see that instead of instantiating the object by saying thingy and then the squiggly braces,
Okay.
I'm instantiating it by saying thingy and then in parentheses
Saying
string,
thingy a
and then the
bunch.
rest. So I'm instantiating, that tells us that we're instantiating a thingy where the t is a string. And finally, on the last line, I've made the function generic. So
Whoa,
the original
wait,
version
wait,
is
wait.
string.
Where?
And finally, on the last,
I see it now. Okay. Did he just say racist? What?
Thingy where the t is a string. And finally, on the last line, I've made the function generic. So in the original version, the function just simply took an object of type thingy. Here, it's taking an object of type thingy with a generic type. And because I'm using the where clause, the t is inferred. So if I call the function f with some object of type thingy for any type, you can just call this function, and type inference will infer that t is whatever type you were using. Because of our aspiration to have verse be the language of a unified metaverse with everybody's code all in one namespace, verse supports a global unified namespace with paths. The top level of a path is a domain. So here are examples of using paths in verse today. This is basically the verse include statement. We're pulling in the verse.org simulation module into our scope, and then we're pulling in the Fortnite.com devices module into our scope. And these paths are not strings, they're actual, they're syntactically recognized within the language. And you'll see more and more of paths in the language as we develop it out. All right, now let's talk about where verse really diverges from other languages. Verse is inspired by functional logic programming, which means that instead of relying on Booleans for conditions, it relies on success and failure. So here I've written a verse program that first says that x is 100, and then says that x is 200. That's a contradiction, so the program will fail. And in fact, failure is the way that you do comparison in verse. So if you run a piece of
Oh my
code
God, what?
in the condition
Wait.
of an if statement, what you're doing
What?
is you're asking verse
No,
to
no,
run
no,
that
no.
code with do comparison in verse. So And in fact, failure 200. That's a contradiction that first says that x is 100 and then says that x is 200. That's a contradiction, so the program will fail. And in fact, failure is the way that you do comparison in verse. So
that statement returns success or failure type, which is coercible to a Boolean. So if you contain it, I'm assuming in an expression like using if or I guess the parentheses or whatever, it makes, what did he say? Hang on, let me hear this bit again.
Says that x is 200. That's a contradiction, so the program will fail.
Did you say the program will fail or the program returns failure?
And in fact, failure is the way that you do comparison in verse.
Okay.
So if you run a piece of code within the condition of an if statement, what you're doing is you're asking verse to run that code to see if it succeeds or fails. If it succeeds, then you take the then case. If it fails, you don't. So here the x equals 200 will fail because x already has a value and that value is 100, and so what will not be printed. Same thing happens if you use inequalities. So greater than is a failable expression. If it succeeds, then the if statement will print what? In this case, it'll fail. You can also abstract failure out using the decides effect. So here I've defined.
So does set return failure? So if I were to, that's really weird. What do you mean run the code? What do you mean?
Function f with the decides effect, and it decides if x is greater than 100. I can call this function f with the square bracket call syntax. Square bracket call syntax in verse means I want to call this function to see if it will succeed or fail. If it succeeds, you'll get the value. If it fails, well, you have to be in a failure context. And in this case, I'm calling f from within the condition of an if, which is a failure context. So this is the same thing as if I had said x greater than 100 inside of the if condition. And again, this will fail because I'm calling f with 0, and 0 is not greater than 100. This decides thing is an example of effect specifications in verse. In verse, you can specify for any function what kinds of effects it's capable of. By default, functions have a certain set of effects that you'll find useful for most cases, but sometimes you will use effects like decides to broaden the power of the function. In this case, I'm giving the function the additional power to fail if it wants to. And in a little bit later, I'll show you another effect
decides mean it's
that is popular in verse.
So weird. This is odd.
Okay. Now, this concept of failure is closely tied up with transactions. So if you run a failure context, in this case, the if condition is a failure context, that failure context will either succeed as a whole or all of it will fail. What this means is if you run this code and x is not less than 100, then this effect that you performed will actually never happen. I mean, it'll happen, but behind the scenes, we will roll it back as soon as we realize that this failure,
That's
failure
cool.
context is failing. Now let's look
Why
at
did it say in the
another
future
suspense
if they
effect,
have it?
which is the way that you create coroutines in verse. If you've ever programmed with JavaScript async functions, coroutines in verse work sort of like that. So here I've created a coroutine, and the reason why I've done that is I want to wait for user input. So this wait for input presumably is
async
another
await,
suspense function
right.
that I'm calling, and it might suspend.
Said
for
promises, you mean
frame
async await.
ticks or something. So if you want to wait for input, if you want to wait for another frame tick, you got to be in a suspense function, and you've got to call something that'll wait. But our coroutines are way cooler than JavaScript async functions because we've brought in all of the power of ScookumScript structured concurrency. So here's an example of how you create coroutines in verse. On the left is the block construct, which doesn't really create coroutines. It just runs whatever the coro 1, 2, 3, 4 in sequence synchronously. But if I say sync, then these 4 coroutines will be run concurrently to one another, and the sync clause will return once all of them are done. And keep in mind that any of these things could be waiting for input, could be sleeping, could be doing whatever they want. Race is another construct. This one's really fun. Race means run a bunch of coroutines, and whichever one finishes first wins, and the other ones are canceled at that point. Rush, similar. It runs until one of the coroutines finishes, but then the remaining coroutines that took longer are allowed to finish asynchronously after the rush statement returns. Finally, the branch statement creates just a single path of asynchronous execution. So here, Coro 1, 2, 3, 4 are running one after another, but concurrently to the code that used the branch. To make the race construct and this idea of canceling coroutines even more powerful, we have a defer statement. You don't have to use it in a coroutine. Here's a simple example where I'm printing hello world even though the code is out of order. The reason why this works is if you have a defer statement, then the code within that defer statement will run when the scope that you're in exits, no matter how it exits. So here, presumably after print hello, you'll return or something. So then we'll print hello.
So what do they mean parallel? If it's transactional, you give that up. You can't have parallelism. So what happens if I put a rush inside of an if, a blank if with a then? Well, I guess and what if they fail? Does that mean the thing? Does it mean the whole thing fails?
And then we'll print world because printing world was deferred. So this is a goofy way of printing hello world using defer.
There's just a lot of questions that I have that
but this is
I
where
feel like
the construct actually becomes useful, and that's if you use it with race. So as I said before, race will run the various coroutines. In this case, there's two coroutines. One coroutine is the one created by the block construct, which defers thingy and then does something slow. And the other coroutine is the something fast coroutine. As you recall, race will run until whichever coroutine finishes first, and then the other coroutines are canceled. But the defer statement ensures that when that first coroutine is canceled because it was too slow, it will run the thingy function immediately upon being canceled. So this lets you manage cancellation in your code in some way. So it's not just that your coroutine goes away, you can actually run some cleanup code. Now let me get into my favorite feature of Verse, which is the for loop. Here is a very simple for loop. I'm just using the for loop here to iterate over an array. This does what you would expect. It iterates over the
that seems just so complicated. All of them.
But the for loop
the transactionalness and then having these like block statements that will just execute
it can do some of the things you
asynchronous code.
Query language. So for example, I can throw in an additional condition here. This will print all of the elements of some array that are greater than 100. Or this will print all of the elements of some array that are not equal to 100. And you could layer these conditions on top of one another if you wanted to. Just before I show you some more crazy code, here's another simple example. This will print the integers from 1 to 200, except for 100. All right, now let me show you the really cool example. So this example is taken from a Minesweeper game that we wrote during one of our Verse, that one of us wrote during one of our Verse game jams. So to set up Minesweeper,
this is a language that Unreal is making. And it's really weird.
Sweeper, you have to compute the adjacent mines for every cell in the Minesweeper table. And that's kind of annoying to write because you have to
I don't know what Yola was talking about. I didn't hear that.
Coordinates of the map, then the y coordinates, then you have to kind of iterate around whichever cell you're in. And of course, you could be at a cell that...
Okay, let me try to understand this. So why... Wait, what? What's that bracket? Or the arrow? What is... Start over. Did he say what the arrow was? What's the arrow?
From 1 to 200, except for 100. All right, now let me show you the really cool example. So this example is taken from a Minesweeper game that we wrote during one of our Verse, that one of us wrote during one of our Verse game jams. So to set up Minesweeper, you have to compute the adjacent mines for every cell in the Minesweeper table. And that's kind of annoying to write because you have to iterate over all of the x coordinates of the map, then the
What
y
the hell?
coordinates, then you have to kind of iterate around whichever cell you're in.
Wait,
And of course, you
wait.
can be
I understand it, but this is some crazy syntax. What? This is just crazy. This is cool though, but this is like,
at a cell that's adjacent.
how am I supposed to read this? The y and the x are just kind of odd. I don't know what the arrow means. But then you define two ranges. You set adjacent cell to be the value in that range. So that essentially just expands it out to every combination of adjacent x and adjacent y. You exclude the current cell from your check, and then you return, and then if the adjacent cell has a mine, question mark, I assume, I don't know what that does. What would that do? I'm trying to think of like, is this like a failure or is this a success? Is it returning a Boolean? Why the question mark? And then you increment the adjacent mines by 1.
The edge, so then it doesn't have all of the
Google
adjacent
is now in
mines.
4th place of
So you
most
use some bounds
trust me bro benchmarks.
in verse, you can write that entire loop just as a single loop without any nesting. The way you do that is first, we use the y arrow cell row colon cells construct to say, I want the index in the array and the element in the array of cells. So y is the index in cells. Cells is a two-dimensional array. And cell row is the element. So the cell row ends up itself being an array.
Yeah,
of
that
the
part I
cells.
don't understand. What?
But without even having to go into a deeper loop nest, I can, within that same for loop, say, well, I want to grab the x coordinate and the cell out of cell row. So again, x ends up being the index into cell row. Cell is the value at that index. So now
Okay.
with just those two statements, within the rest of the scope of the for loop, I have the x index into this two-dimensional array, the y index into the two-dimensional array, and the entry. But wait, it gets better. I can then use the range construct to loop even more within the same loop. Here, I'm looping over all of the adjacents, so all 9 adjacents, by just simply saying x minus 1 dot dot x plus 1 and y minus 1 dot dot y plus 1. And then when I access the cells array, notice that array accesses use the square bracket syntax. The square bracket syntax is a failable expression. When does it fail? Well, it fails if the indices are out of bounds. So because all of the things in the for loop clause are failable conditions, that if they fail, the loop just doesn't consider it, this means that the loop will automatically skip the out of bounds cases without you having to say anything about it.
Right, okay, so that is failure.
So that's how you write the Minesweeper setup in verse, just in a single loop without having to
Please
use
explain the question mark.
thanks to Verse's functional logic.
No, tell me what this question mark is.
And with
Come
that, let me
on.
talk about
Okay, so
Verse's,
question mark, I'm assuming when you give it a Boolean value, it probably causes a success. And if you give it a true value, it causes success. If you give it a false value, it causes a failure. And so only success will run do.
functional logic power. And with that, let me talk about some future plans.
Danilin, dude.
So we're going to bring lots of additional language features on top of what's already there. So right now, it is still a smaller language than
Permissively
what we
licensed.
support in the future. As Tim said, right now we're shipping Betaverse, and we're working incrementally towards the Maxverse vision. Additionally, although right now the language is only built into UEFN, we eventually want to build it into Unreal Engine as well. And this isn't to replace blueprints, this is to augment blueprints. So if you love programming with blueprints, keep doing it. If you want to program
So Yeli, he's saying that blueprints are staying. You're saying that blueprints are gone. Who's right?
Versus coming. We also want to release the language implementation under a permissively licensed open source license so that other people can use it for whatever they like, whether it's a different game engine or something not even game related. The current implementation is still early days in terms of performance, so expect lots of performance improvements to come. Also, right now we're shipping a relatively simple gameplay framework with Verse, but we're going to grow that and ship a much bigger framework in the future. And on that note, let me turn it over to Tim Tillotson.
The success and failure is pretty cool, but that's also just, this is just some wild syntax. Failure. Your code fails, but it doesn't crash. So it's like an automatic try-catch, basically. I guess I'm just thinking, like, does this make it really easy to accidentally create like a while true loop and not realize you've done it? Because it's not obvious, because the syntax is so much. Instead of writing like a while with a condition or a for with a condition, you're writing code that I don't know, maybe not. Maybe it is like, that's interesting. I wish they wouldn't. I kind of think that we have enough programming languages already. And if we just worked on the ones that we had, and didn't add any new ones, I think they'd be good. Because at this point, it's just kind of, the transactional thing is neat. But you could basically do that in any other language you want. You just have to set up your own, you just have to set up a framework or like get a framework that does it. And then you have to write code that would undo things. There's certain things that you do. It could basically, I mean, you could probably just create like a syntax sugar thing to do this for any language. Unfortunately, human beings are innovative by nature. Get brain. Yeah, brain, yeah. Well, those are joke languages. Those are meant to be like silly and like a learning project almost. For fun thing. But this is definitely getting at the point where your language is just syntax on top of C. I mean, they say that it's, let me see. Can I find the implementation? verse lang. They don't want to show it. They don't want to show it. This is like highlighting, I think. Yeah. They say they have a specification. I want to see what they're writing it in. Because if it's just sending it... verse dash lang? Years ago. It's just... Wait. Okay, so is everyone just making their own verse language now? Is this... This is the second repo, or like maybe third one that I found of just like someone else who is making a language called verse. This is the real one? No. This is a network protocol. Okay. Can I find it? God. Unreal, you gotta pick a new language. You get sorry, a new name. You gotta pick a new name. Okay, verse has been used like 10 times already. You can't use it. Y Combinator. PDF. Can I just open this? I think it's the same link that you already sent before. Why is that image so pixelated? Why are we using Comic Sans? What is this? Do I know what I'm looking at? Why is your compiler not open right now? Where is it? Semicolons? Jesus, okay. Here's the thing. Here's what I do. Hey, new project. I think I want to name it this. I do a quick search. And I'm like, oh. So there is this, which is not it. It's not this one. Like, as soon as I see that, What is this site? Like, can I find source code? Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, neat. If they wanted transactional, they could have just made they just they could have made something for Python, they could have made something for JavaScript. They could have done anything. Don't you need to be invited to the repo? Is it there? Because I am there. Nope. Nope. Source runtime projects public. Nope. Okay. Well, I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. Init IK. What was I looking at it here? Because that's in rebuild. That's kind of not what it's supposed to do. That's actually supposed to be in ready. I have to init that on load. I guess I could export. Maybe that makes more sense. No, because it would save it as a node path. I could export it since it's a node. It would save it as a node path, which means if I move it around, change the name, or delete, if I move it around and change the name, it'll stay connected. And then if I delete it, it goes away. But then the IK would be busted. I guess if it ever tracks that it's null, then okay. I'll make it a privately exported thing. Say privately exported. I don't know what that means. An export that does not display. It is a property hint node. I think it's node path to edited node. Because when I export a value that is a node, that's the type it takes on, right? Node path to edited node. Or node path valid types. Yeah. Valid types. But it would be a node. Node path valid types. Yeah, cause the way it's saved is like that. Let me look at how IK exactly what, or I guess what joint 3D does. Probably in node path valid types. Good. But because of where I use it, I can make sure I can actually get it as a node. Oh, never mind. It does have to be this, I think, because it's right beneath it. Yeah, because it makes it as an editor of a node path. Yeah, okay. Node type. And the type would, No, like this? No, don't do that, please. The thing is, I feel like I hit. It's just so weird. Like, am I really that slow? So there's my idea. When I initialize with it, in fact, I just consider myself to be initialized if I have an iterate IK, and if I don't, then I allow the call to happen. This has to have a different name. Jeez, I really want to type them in the other direction. If iterate IK. Save that. Save IK setting. Setting ID. What is that? Wild. Yeah. Connect it to that for part and part list. And then under reload chain, that is called on ready. Yep. So when I load, I just want to make sure that if this is true, if not, iterate IK. I don't know, I guess I do like a push warning, probably. Is this physical bone chain? Yeah. And then, yeah, I think all I do is I just go through and I check to see if they're connected. When I build, I think I build and then that calls reload. Huh. Maybe I need to provide it in the build so I don't have to call like that. Because I'm expecting to see chain dot reload or something. Oh no, it does not. I just set skip ready to true and I call add child and then I run build chain. Build chain probably calls reload. Build chain does not call reload. So who calls reload? No one calls that. Interesting. I mean, I guess it's not necessary then, right? It's weird. Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Part list. So it won't have a part list yet. Does chain 3D call reload? And build? I think I am supposed to do this. I think I'm supposed to say reload at the end of this. With the parts should be. Did I forget that? Yeah, because these aren't set up yet. Build a part, we'll call the reload part at the end. Chain should also call a reload at the end. But then that will cause this IK to fail. Well, I guess this isn't actually a reload, is it? I think this actually just goes up here. Because part counter does this, where it calls reload, and then it calls connect resource. So I'll just say that. Or does part have that code? After reload part, okay. Why is that in my copy paste still? I thought I just cut the code. I did just cut the code. I definitely did. What? How did I just like deleted it without... Weird. I mean, I suppose reload sets at the false. Yeah. And it only sets it to true. It only sets it to anything if is valid is already going to be true. Yeah. Okay, well, technically not. Because I could fail. So I guess I leave it as both checks. Ugh. I don't have to worry about that anymore. Because we're saving it. So instead of calling this init IK, I want to say set IK. And I'll treat it like a set. And then I'm not really connecting anything else, so I'm just kind of setting it directly. And then I guess I just run connect IK. I guess I don't really have to do that. Yeah, now this actually just kind of drops out and it doesn't even become that. It just becomes this. I just connect it. Just do that. I guess I only want to do this if the IK is enabled. Alright, so finally getting there. So yeah, I'm actually just copying from IK. What? Wait. That's in the wrong place. Rest correction rate is in the wrong place. It's on the entire setting, not on an individual piece. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm back. All right. Okay, first thing I have to do, I need to, oh, right. What's it called? It's just IK enabled. Okay. So I just have to pull this out of the part resource. It just doesn't go there. And it would go on the chain part. Chain resource. Right. Okay. Go through each of these and save them. You know, I wonder if I should even have it there. I feel like I should probably just set it on maybe the whole thing, like the physical skeleton instead. No, because these would each assign to that, so yeah, it just makes sense to leave it like this. Though it does suck if I want to change them. Because I have to change 6 of them. Whatever. It's definitely less tedious to go through the resources than to go through the iterate IK setting list and expand them and set them. Definitely less tedious, for sure. So chain 3D. Setting, no. Okay, setting. Okay, so that's that one, and then per part. Ah. Okay, this is more about its own resource changing here. These names kind of suck, but I don't know. There's just so much. So here I need to know the part. Well, I guess I do know the part. All right, so then I have the part. Iterate IK. Do the parts store their index? Part index. Okay, so when it builds it, it gives it the index. Good. So then I guess I can just bind it to the index then? That'd probably be easier. Because now this is just one-to-one with the joints. So... joint, rotation axis. Whoa. index, which this should end up matching up to the resource. Should match. I would assume that calling set joint rotation axis vector does not. Does not end up like making it. It would then call validate axis. Which first checks the rotation axis, and if it's all, it returns. Otherwise, it gets the vector. Really confused. Because you have the joint rotation axis, then you have the axis vector. The validate axis checks the axis vector. Rotation axis vector. So what happens when I set it to be like, what's the initial value then? This is what's confusing me. What is the initial value? Get joint rotation axis. Yeah, this is something update bone axis. This obtains it from the axis vector. So what's the default? Oh. It checks the rotation axis, so the rotation axis trumps the axis vector. Okay. That is crazy. That's nuts. Okay. So I'm safe to just set it. Build part. They can't parse each other because each other are cool. Cool, Godot. That's really cool. They just decided they can't parse each other because they can't parse each other. I think that's it. Okay. It's probably good. Keep that to do there. Reload scene. Gotta find the chain root node. Interesting. Ah, really interesting. That's really stupid. Okay, so I want to say like it's like editor interface. Mark scene is unsaved. Well, maybe not exactly like that. Maybe more like this. Alright. What was going on there is that I was hitting build and then it wasn't marking it as saved or changed. So I was able to just close it and it just did it. Even though scene tree has obviously changed. Okay, so has this been... Huh. So they all called init set IK. None of them... If they have IK enabled, I connect to them, which means I need to call load. And there's no errors if I don't have it set. Okay, so yeah, that's the that is then on chain 3D to call reload on build, which it did do that. I guess I have to say yeah, I guess what I do is I say if I set IK, then yeah, I guess I probably do this. Like that. But that's under set IK. And I think when I reload them, I should probably do it at the same time, right? Yeah, I probably should. And then the target nodes need to be set up too. So that's going to be like when I call leg setup. So setup is going to create that target node, and then they should be 1-to-1. And I'm gonna make it do this instead. So it's gonna be so it's a relative path. There we go. So I'm gonna delete all the settings. Going to delete that. Guess I don't need to do that. I'm gonna hit rebuild. Got a bunch of errors. Joint settings size. Oh, of course. So it happens to be the case that when, yeah, it happens to be the case that this can fail. So though I guess if I I suppose if I have it, I'll just run binding call, and then I do the check. No, because it won't be set up yet. I don't want to apply the setting like that. Okay, so what I'll do, I'll just have set IK, run it, and then the reload chain will connect it, but not call it. I don't know. It's like the one-time thing because it's been set up now, so it's like an order issue just now. Should the crawler like put the target? Maybe the crawler like should make it and put it in the scene tree. Just the target node. So that the IK displays it. But it doesn't need to either. But maybe it would be helpful in the scene editor to be able to see the IK working. So you don't have to be running the project to see if it's been working or not. And since it is a node, it can be an export still. In fact, it is. Oh, no, I don't want to. I just want to make it not an export. It's such a crazy order. There's kind of a problem where it requires this physical bone chain to exist to know the target node. Maybe it's fine though. Well, hang on. Because it is an export, it's hidden. Storage. Yes, I've actually kind of got an issue where it's like constantly remaking this. Why are these all expanded? Stop it. Also, this has to be set before that. Okay, so I'm gonna make it. Okay. Okay. If I ever lose it, then I just will make a new one, and that'll be the new target. Okay, now crawl a character. Everything is expanded, of course it is. Where is it? Reboot crawler, there it is. The one thing I wanted to look at is the only thing closed. What? Oh, did it like invert everything? Like apply position, like set up target. And then in here, did I not already write this? Yeah, what? You get rid of that. In fact, I think I actually probably want this to be in here instead. There. So now I'm not doing it here. I'm relying on the leg setup to do that. Which, I don't know, maybe that's a little too much of like stuff being pushed around. Rebuild. Well, the lake targets have appeared. None of the IK points to it. How did I get 114 errors? What the hell? Settings. Oh. Why is it that many though? That's an insane number of errors to get. What? What is this like line span? That's kind of crazy. 7 times it ran. Okay, so apparently I don't know. Apparently I'm just dumb, I guess, because I just realized what I should be doing. So when I build, I'm just going to assume that I will have this, and I'm just doing this. Wait, what's up with it being next? Wait, what? What is that? In fact, I don't know why I'm like leg index. We just jeez. Okay, less than 100 errors this time. I think it was fewer errors. The target's set up. Oh, I need to set... Aha. Is all the joints. Okay. Now I get it. So the chain first has to copy over the IK setting. Oh, which one am I doing? Am I doing set root bone or set root bone name? It is a name. But I'll just set the name. There. Okay, it still failed 100 times. Didn't set any of the... Nice. Okay. And then all the settings look like they're in there. That's the tibia, femur, tarsus. The target bones are there. I could turn on active and look at it really quick, right? Uh-huh. It is a bit weird. Sorry. In that it does seem like it's running, but I'm guessing because it's kind of cutting some other things, it's not able to like display it really correctly. So, but I can see it move when I turn it on. I see the skeleton move. Roughly in the correct direction. So. So just put that back to where that was. And I'm pretty sure when if I reload the scene, I'll even test it. I'll move it over there, I'll hit save. Scene, reload scene. It broke. The ghosts are gone. Why is the ghost gone? Scene load, they don't turn them on. Why? Also, it's supposed to teleport that. Isn't it? Or I guess actually, no, I think I just hit rebuild. That's really what I should be doing. You just hit rebuild. And it teleports into place. Good. Yeah, so what happens if I run now? What's the problems? Chain on is powered. Chain is powered? What does chain have? What exactly am I doing? Wait, where is this? Physical skeleton. Chain. Is using power? Yeah, I think I'm supposed to say is using power. Non-existent function setup velocity. Setup motor velocity, solve motor velocity. We got one frame in. Radius? No. Ground cast didn't get the shape. I should probably let these be named. But just stopped at my door staring at me. And I can tell he's wagging his tail. Yeah, Lake should give these a name when it adds them. It's only being created one time, and the force widow name they say, oh, it's slow. Only if you're doing it a lot. I guess I am doing it 12 times. I'm back. I didn't even say anything. I just got something cool, so I just had to go really fast. Alright, what was the problem? The ground cast didn't have a shape yet. Somehow. Man himself has returned. Yeah. I'm looking for the setup method. I can click over here. Click over there. Shapecast. Okay. Run. I got a frame in. Which is good. It means all my init code basically didn't have any problems. But then the ground cast itself has a problem. What? But it's there. Which leg is this? Index 2. The middle left leg. Huh? That is impossible to track. That update cannot come sooner when they just like actually display that. Okay, so it's because this setting. Right, I didn't configure any of this. Okay. So it'll be set to 1.3.7. Was that it? Weird. Are the back legs set? No. Alright, well, it's good to know that it was this and not something worse. And then I'll have to do that like that, and then I'm already done, so I just click play. Aha. Ah, this bone joint appears to be receiving 10,000 newtons of force in a single frame. Well, I say single frame. It's just okay. Well, that's cool. It's just exploding off into infinity. Great. 10,000 console logs. So where is this print happening? That. 10,000. I don't know. I'm sure it's probably not. Also, it's kind of, how is it? It's I don't know, the way that the forces are actually like described there are kind of implied that it's like an impact force, except that impact is over a very small segment of time. So really, you could withstand any amount of newtons as long as it's happening over a long enough period of time. But I'm using newtons in the sense of it's happening as if you were like in a hydraulic press kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe I've even described it wrong, but that's at least how I understand it. It's like at this instantaneous moment, that's how much force you're experiencing. Yeah, definitely. Surely not any body part of the human body could take 10,000 newtons in that kind of way. Because we're basically under, I mean, take whatever your weight is, multiply that by 10, and that's how much is just standing. Maybe it is then, actually. But I'm sure it'd probably hurt for someone to stand on your leg. So multiply that by 10, or not exactly sure what kilograms go to. I can't remember which way it is. I think kilograms are heavier than pounds. So it's like 1 pound is 2. No. It'd be like 2 pounds is like 1, or it's a little bit more than that. For me, I'd like take my weight and multiply by 20. Or probably more like 200. Yeah, surely not. If total force is greater than max force, then what I want to do is I want to say, I say that I have to call break during during the signal. And I can't make a method just called break. Am I stupid? Yes. Usually. Signal. Emit a signal. Like, what is the signal? Because I have to bind directly to a part. Yeah, how do I listen to that? I think it's supposed to be here. It's supposed to be a signal. If I have any signals. I think I put it here. It will provide the specific part. The chain, I think. The part, the chain. The max force and the force itself. Could not parse. Why not? You just felt like it. It literally just straight up felt like it. That's can I? Oh no. Okay. Yeah. No, we're good. Why don't you just say that set should break? If break use signal, yeah, how then do I get out? I guess I need like a signal chain, but I kind of don't want to make a signal chain. That just sounds terrible to me. That would be really dumb. I guess the part can be provided, the signal to emit, like a bound version of it, and it will just call it. Because yeah, what have I got here? The only thing that sucks is that the order of these things kind of has to change. So I think I'd just be looking at force, max force, part, and chain. And the bind would have to specify the chain. Hey, Denlin. Thanks for the message. Yeah, that's probably it. Is the chain given the physical skeleton when it readies? No. The physical skeleton ready could do this. Because it can know everything. It has the chain list. It gets the chain list. It goes through the chain list. And it does everything in the chain list. So I can give the chain the signal that it wants to call. And then it can go through and do that. Yeah, it'll be like the set part. Set part. Yeah, I'll say set breakable part signal. And I just give it the signal. What did I name the signal? Part 4 succeeded. You know, how about just name it that? That'd be way easier. Where is it? Here. Okay. Or succeeded signal call. Total force. Max force. Self. right back. I'm back. Okay. Break use signal, total force, max force, self. And then this will be a joint. Should break. Oh. I guess I also have to say specifically the joint that is breaking. Yeah, definitely. Because this doesn't know what the joint is. So I have to know the joint as well. So I give it the joint. Check this out. Soy. What are you sending me? What are you sending here? Error POW required. What? I just got a Jason. I just got Jason. Jason. Just got me some Jason. We'll send on Discord. Maybe I don't want file 7467 on Discord. Maybe I don't want that. I don't even have Discord open right now. Let me just say joint 4 succeeded. Because this is per joint. And then these would have a joint 4 succeeded signal value. And I guess it's supposed to be actually emit. Because you don't want something doesn't mean you don't want something. I don't have Discord open right now. I'm in the zone, actually. Crawler character does this. Nope. Just gets the joint, the force, the max force of the joint. It gets the part, and it gets the chain. Cool. Open it. Just give me a second. I'm I'm doing it right now. I'm in the zone. Setup. Yeah, setup has to provide the signals. Chain then has to go to each of its parts. Okay, so it gets a signal, but then this is actually a callable. These actually get a callable. Okay, I'm gonna look. I don't understand. What? Is that related to the image? Why would it dig right into the rock, though? Why would it do that? Just dig around the rocks. Okay. No, I was just thinking about that fact. Okay. Alright, so 4 succeeded. I'm gonna ignore all those errors. And I'm gonna hit run. Well, that's still happening, but that's fine. I'm alright with that. So let's go to ready, physical skeleton. I'll go and connect to this. So physical skeleton, connect on joint 4 succeeded. Now I should see all those prints. Yep, I'm seeing them. Great. Now I just need to figure out why that's happening. That's step 1. Let's go to player. They make the player pause when he starts. so I can step frame by frame and see exactly what happens. Yeah, see, that's a problem right away. Alright, so the problem has happened. So my thinking is it's likely that all these joints are kind of aligned incorrectly, is my guess. The joints didn't create with like the correct offsets or something. So could it be stiffness and damping is 0, so this is actually doing nothing? I'm pretty sure that these would be correct. Pretty sure these would be correct. Maybe this one would actually be wrong. Because it seems like this body says to go out 1 and that's the body. And this one is saying to go out 1 and that's the body. So it's obviously not right. Alright, let me just start by doing this. I should just be able to like basically go in here and uncheck the box. And then that's all of them. So now I run it. Okay, it's still, you know, flying. But the distance joints should be gone. The distance joints are still there. Right. Because I would have to rebuild. Non-existent function new. What? Okay. Reload project. Now that one definitely works. There's definitely a new method there. Definitely a new method there. Very specifically, the front left failed. Okay. I'll just rebuild. Insane. Insane thing that it just told me. Okay. Let's see how it thinks about this. Yeah, so that's still a problem. Okay. But one less possible issue. So then, oh. When these load, these are supposed to set all of these to be top level. And I think I forgot to do that. They should be set to be top level. They are not top level. Okay. So I'll start by fixing that. How would I do that? Yeah, I think probably just if I am part of creating the joints is that it will teleport things. It teleports the parent. And then does that. Update joint. Nothing. So this is main joint. Does this do teleporting? No, that's only for the beam joint that does teleporting. No. So this just needs to make it check again. Okay. Now this just needs to... It needs to make itself top level. When it... No, here. It needs to happen here. Ready? Setup. Setup. Come down here. Make them read only. And then... if we are not in the editor... Whoa. Let me, yeah, I'll just do it here. Chain should do this. You know, I just think part should do it, actually. If part is doing ready, top level it, right? Yeah, I'll just do this. Top level when we are not the engine hit. After the reload, it should be positioned. Cannot reliably. Stuff is crazy. Okay. Go. Step. Okay, so it still happened, but I'm sure it is top level. The node is top level. So what do I think happens here? It could be self-collision is happening. There could be self-collision. So when the parts connect, they don't add each other as collision exceptions. I guess I could have checked that because, yeah, part of it is that I don't like that the parts do that. So I think I think I've made it so that these exclude nodes from collision. Okay, so that is turned on. I might have engine changes about liar. What do you mean liar? What did I say? Overclock a RX 580 until it's too late. What does that mean? This is turned on, which means like it should be made like that. Is it possible? I don't know what's going on with that. Bone joint data. Those transforms are not right. Yeah, those transforms are really, really incorrect. So that would mean at the time that these were calculated, they had bad offsets. So the ready means that it's already been set. So I think what I have to do is when this readies, I probably need to go through that list and force them to update their joints. So let me check how beam joint handles this. Q update joint.
How you doing?
Oh, hey, Creekit, thanks for the raid. Is this machine learning? No. No machine learning. Thanks for following. Is that Cricket? Okay, now I get it. It's supposed to be Cricket, isn't it? Yes. Yep. Yeah, thanks, Raiden. What were you up to? Got a raid to run. All right. That's all right. The machine is getting dumber. The machine has no intelligence. 3D rails shooter, like Star Fox. Okay, that's cool. Cool, alright, so it will reset it, but that doesn't mean it fixes anything. Thanks for following, Medusa T. Dustin. And there's 190. Force update joints. Oh no, the way that it works is that it always determines how it... Yeah, I don't have to do that for this one. Okay. So I do still have to say... Okay, I don't think I need to worry about that, maybe. Or no, ready, it will do it. I'm confused. Try not to be cringe. Yep. Try not to be. Though honestly, Danilin is usually cringe, so I guess I'm not really enforcing that. Maybe one tiny animal will make working Norma. Who is Norma? More of an awareness check. I'm doing my job here. Okay, I've just gotten distracted now. And I forgot what I was doing. I know for a fact that the regular joints are not in the right place. I can't really set top level because top level makes things weird when I load them in. They need to be top level when it loads. And then I have to say, yeah, I think it's just what I say, right? I think I just say, this is the joint. Force update. Is that probably all I say? Okay, no, it's still exploding. What are the... Okay, well this is still... It would still be wrong anyway. Do I need to bring flowers when no more arrives? Who is that? Reload part. Oh, you know what? Maybe I should put this at the top. Shouldn't I? Because that probably does everything. Joint list. This calls configure. Which does all that. So top level has to be true first. Maybe that's going to be better. I think it's still... That should still happen, but hopefully now... It was revealed to me in a... My duty to come here to annoy you. Oh, okay. That's still wrong. It's definitely not right. Do I have to say top level and then force update transform? Still exploding. Light came down and a booming voice said, "What are you doing sleeping at 11 a.m.?" Why would you be sleeping at that time? Still wrong. Okay. Breakpoints. So my global transform should be something... Joint global transform. Okay, wait, no, that one works. Hang on. The parent global transform is wrong. Parent is who? Get node, node A. Okay, it is possible that this joint has not been readied yet. I think that's the... That is, isn't it? The parent. So this is... No, that's correct. The joint... global transform. My global transform is correct. Top level. Okay, yeah, that's not right. So what I have to do is I thought top level would do this. Top level. I think it's like a secret thing. Set top level. Okay. There's something where you do this and it... Okay. Set as top level. If is inside tree. If enabled, set transform to get global transform. Okay, let's try this. I need to see what's happening. Doing this should actually be the force that happens. So I'll just see. That's not right. Is using the node what's messing it up? Okay, I don't know why I didn't do this before. Let me just open the test world. Oh, look, the legs are over there. Okay, so I immediately know that it's wrong, right? Is the reason because... It's because of this, isn't it? It's because these don't have a node 3D chain. So if I change type, which this one... Is that the reason? If the parent chain breaks, if it's no longer a node 3D, it gets bricked. And the top, it doesn't know where it is anymore. Because this has to be... It's really dumb. I'm going to keep forgetting that, and it's going to keep happening to me. Because I think I've done that so many times. Where I think that I'm being smart by making something in nodes, so I'm not like... The idea is like, oh, I don't want the position of this node to mess with it, but I still want it to be like, all right, my parent is the next node 3D parent. You know what? In fact, I think I actually just want... That might just be an engine change. That could just be an engine change. Because I think that's actually so... I think it makes sense to be that way. For it to be that way. Data.parent. Get global transform. I gave up on that too pretty quickly. I stopped trying to use Node instead of Node 2D, 3D, if I follow that. I've done this before, where I'm like, I don't want to have the Node 3D because it's like a larger object in my mind. But the reason I want to have that in between is so I can treat it like it's just purely a folder. I don't have to worry about clicking on it, accidentally moving it around, setting transforms or any of that stuff. And child nodes are just going to say, all right, what's my parent's global transform? That would be a node and say, oh, I don't know. It's going to be, it would obtain a parent transform from the first parent that is a node 3D, and that is the parent transform it would work with. So I'm going to keep doing that, and it's going to keep getting me. So I'm just going to make it part of the engine, because I think that's what it should be. Update local transform parent. This is what's weird. Data parent, because I don't know what data is. Some weird thing they went with. Node 3 is a node. Okay, so that's just on data. Data, node 3D parent, null pointer. There's literally a method that's called get parent node 3D right there. So oh, never mind. That does not do what I thought it does. And in fact, in a funny way, if you're top level, it just returns null pointer. Is this the engine source? Yeah. Trying to think of like how. Where is data.parent set? Enter tree, get parent, cast. Does anyone use get parent node 3D? Scene tree FTI. If it is not set as top level, parent global transform. Because I think I might just change what parent node 3D does. Because I always thought it was the first parent. In fact, that directly affects this node's global transform. The parent is not a node 3D. It's weird. You shouldn't. Yeah, you shouldn't. This is just stuff that's just playing Subnautica instead of making what? Subnautica? Yeah. I like Godot. It's just I keep having my assumptions broken in some things. And I'm like, you know what? That doesn't make sense. It should be this way. I don't understand why, like, get parent node 3D. Why does this method exist? Right? That's my question. Why make this method if all it is doing is essentially just shorthand get parent as node 3D? And with the added thing of if it's top level, which they don't even document, do they? Oh no, or top level is true. So why? What's this? This is just such a weird method. Such a weird method. And then the only place this happens is oh wait, now it's in resource importer. I didn't see that one before. Bake light maps. Yeah, that's fine. I think that's actually exactly what I want to happen too. That one looks fine. No, maybe that's not fine because what if it dog. What dog? What? Does it counter when Daisy hasn't compiled the Godot engine? Yeah, I mean, I'm back to it. I understand why this is... There's certain things that break the flow of transformations, like a viewport, which would be important to do that. Like if I have a camera screen and I have like a viewport in there, I don't want things to... Or like this screen has like, I don't know, UI or like a virtual 3D world inside or something. I don't want things to break out of that and start taking on transforms that they're not supposed to have. And this definitely seems like I don't want to do that. So I suppose what I could do is still say that get parent node 3D passes through specifically a node type, but it won't pass through anything else. So node is like a special case for this method. And I think that's what I'll do. So then for get global transform, the dog gave up. If FTI enabled. FTI, what is FTI? Oh, sorry, I missed some messages. Did I use Unity before? No. Well, yes. I made like I think I messed with like the terrain editor and then or whatever they had, and then I made a ball shooter. You would click and it would fire a grenade. But then I saw that the grenade was going through walls when I was trying to test it bouncing off walls. I'm like, well, that's weird. And I think I remember spending a long time trying to figure that out. And I just realized that because I was making it move too fast, it was passing through the object. And that's as much Unity as I've ever used. Yeah. I don't know what I need to do with the time to fix that, but now I know how to fix that. At least with Godot, I know how to fix that. Um, yeah, if I don't have a direct parent, then actually, you know, I'll just write it here. Um, attempt to find and I gotta take the dog. I don't. There's got to be some way that I can check the type is exactly a node and not it's like an inherit, not that it inherits node. All right, I'll be right back. I'm back. Yeah. Yeah, when it comes to physics, definitely the more you can cheat, the better. Show tired of bed. Alright, R1. Sleep well. So, data. It just calls get parent. And I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Fine. I can't do it. Fine. Give up immediately. Though I really think that it should just... I think it should just work that way. I can't... That's just too much, I think. That's too much to make work. Seeing how it's set up where they have this weird data thing for some reason, instead of just storing it on the thing itself. Yeah, so I didn't like that. Trying to send a value. Okay, but it returns. You what now? Oh. But that wouldn't make sense because you can assign a node 3D to a node. Why is it telling me the other way around is wrong? Oh my gosh. Okay, so I clicked and it sent me to this line, I swear. It did not send me to that line. Alright. I just don't trust Godot, that's the thing. I straight up just don't trust it, and I always expect it to do something stupid, like just decide that there are fake nodes in the background running code that doesn't exist anymore. I would prefer to believe that over anything else. It didn't explode. That's weird. Why is that happening, though? Oh, I think so, not grounded. Run without pausing. Femur part initially intersects crawlerbot, adding exception. Okay. No, that's not right. the exception should already exist. What? I'm not supposed to do this unless set up chain part. Set up chain part. Get collision exceptions if exception is main body return. That's what should be happening. This should be setup body chain. Chain part list exists because it's already done it. So the chain, if the chain part list exists, then that means the part has already been loaded, which means that should have a collision exception. Exceptions is 0. But it's already in the scene tree. This bone joint has exclude nodes from collision. Exclude. Joint disable collisions between bodies. This definitely runs. Joint disable collision between bodies. Joint set collision disabled. Is that my thing? Right. So should I instead be doing something like has collision exception? Yeah, I should. Has collision exception. I should have that. Though it is only here. Can interact with. Okay, what do I can interact with? Though that doesn't mean an exception. Okay. I mean, I guess I can just do this, where the reason I'm printing that is because I want that to only print in some cases. But, you know, whatever. I'll just get rid of the print. I don't need to. I can leave it. It's probably fine. Probably not fine, actually. Hey, QRT42, are you compiling Godot from source? Yes, I have. Okay, so it's just... I think it's just the ground is not correct. So now I get to... I should probably... Okay. I should probably commit, but I can just turn this on and see what's happening. Yeah, those aren't right. Those aren't right. Wow. Using a build container and build scripts. Yes. I have a build script. Not a container though. I just have the build script. Which is a combination of this thing and this, which will send it to Steam for me. Because I run Godot through Steam. Okay, so the ground cast vector, definitely not in the right location. So I guess I just see what's going wrong there. Or is it because... No, they go all the way up. That's in a weird place. That does seem like a weird place already. Godot is providing the container build scripts on GitHub. What? Is that a question or is that a statement? I have my version on GitHub. Godot doesn't have... I don't know. I wouldn't really say it's a build script more than a build configuration, because that's kind of what it is. They use scons. That's the build system. They just set options for that. Okay, what am I looking for? Am I there? Your target position, that seems correct. Bone direction should be, yeah, that's not, that one's not right. That one's not right. Okay, I think I'm just looking to do basis instead. Because this is the direction and I need to rotate it. Okay. Start position should be yeah, just like a direction to travel, which is, yeah, just kind of going up 0.3. No, that's not right. Why is the bone direction vertical? Oh. I get it. I am looking for, I mean, yeah, I guess what I'm really just looking for is this position relative to be this minus the, I guess I'm probably just looking for global pose. That minus that normalized. Okay, so it should be, that makes a little more sense. And then it'll be rotated, but it shouldn't really change anything. I don't think it will change anything. It might flip one of these, but 37775. 37775. Yeah, I think it flipped the X. One of them. Alright, but that's definitely correct then. So now start position should be like that. Target position is global space. We travel in that direction to go back, and then we would cast down plus that. So ground cast. Which leg is this? Just open that. Oh, cool. It selected it from here. Ground cast. Target position. If I have it selected, do I actually get to see it? Cannot really. Doesn't want to render. Okay, but this should be This should be colliding. And it's colliding. Okay. And that looks weird. Okay. Why? Yeah, that's the wrong place. Okay. So... No. What? Why is the ground cast in the ground? Like, way beneath the ground. Why would it be there? It's missing some relative transform. But this seems correct. Target position is the global position of that. That's where it should go. So why does it not go there? It is the case that I don't have the ghost rendering properly yet, so that might help. If I were to do that. Okay. I think for now that's enough though. I've got to wrap up. I think I'm just adding everything. Except I want to take the player out so we're not. I can just do that. They became no 3Ds. Those are saving. IK. The 4 signals. It is 3D now because that breaks the transform list for some reason. I mean, if I really wanted to get away from that, probably what I should do is just have a node that is called like... It's like an organization node. And what it does is somehow it would have to ready really early. Yeah, I have no clue how that would work. It would essentially just have to pull all of its children out and then delete itself, is what I would want it to do. But that would have to happen before any other node is ready. So it's like during the process of preparing children, it has to delete itself, which can't really be done. Not without doing like a bunch of work to like pass readies again to everything. Or maybe it would just be using enter tree for a lot of anything that I have relating to position has to happen in like a notification enter tree. That would work. And then I could have that node. Because it would call that every time it reparents. But then it would be slow. It would be better to just like delete the nodes in between. But the nodes have some code. I don't know what to do about that. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's like the rest correction angle is way too high, because I just noticed that. This value should be the same, or relatively the same. This is like over 100 times, or not over 100. 70, 80 times that value. I think all this is probably fine. Okay. Yeah, just work on that. Set up remaining legs. Still testing. Fixed position. Transform problems. These break. I think I still have like some. I need to fix that too. I think I've like left some code on the part when it's set into top level that just does a bunch of random stuff. And you take that out. Transform problems into answers. Yeah, pretty much. Uh, I think that's it. Okay. Alright, well, that's gonna be it for today. I will be back tomorrow to continue this, kind of just getting whatever's going wrong with the transform of these ground casts are not working. I still don't know what that could be. They're just like going through the ground when they shouldn't be doing that. Because they should be starting here. Like, that's where they start. They start here and then they move backwards a little bit. But they're like in the ground. It's very weird. Unless possibly the draw is wrong. I don't know. It could be anything. But probably not. Because it did just like fall over when I moved the one leg off the ground and just completely collapsed. But alright. That's tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye. I can rubber duck better. Yeah. Goodbye.